Hey, stop. Hey, stop. Hey, Richard. Yeah, I do primary Arkansas, but I will buy in any state, as long as it makes money, right? Where are you located at? Oh yeah, Richard. Yeah, short sales would be a great opportunity. I do a lot of short sales, so I work with a lot of homeowners in foreclosure. Um, Typically, I like to do subject to first, and then if the entry oh sorry, I can't even speak right now. It's early. If the entry cost is too high, then short sale is probably a better fit. I can probably add you on, but normally it's just through a chat in this platform. But yeah, feel free to. I mean, if you want, I can add you on, or you can just continue using the chat. If you have any questions, just type in the chat and I'll answer it. But I'll be making phone calls for a couple hours this morning, so you'll be able to listen to me and see how I talk to realtors and potential other sellers. Basically, what I'm trying to do today is just, um, you know, find properties that's been on the market for a bit and see if they could do some type of creative financing opportunity. Good question. Says what? Here, let me add that in. So Rich says, what do you usually like to do with these properties as far as dispo, buy and hold, wholesale, wrap? So it depends. I've wholesaled, deals um, in areas that I normally don't like to buy, but properties in areas, you know, in cities I like to buy, I'll probably either, rent them out, um, wrap them. I got a bunch of sub twos that we wrap. We actually just got a short sale. We just did a rehab on. We're turning that into a long-term rental, and then they're building a brand new hospital in that town. So once that gets built, we'll probably switch it over to a maybe a midterm rental. Yeah, yeah. So I'll be calling some realtors this morning. So I don't know how long you could be on, but yeah, absolutely. I really don't have a written script. It's just from practice. But yeah, if you want to, maybe tomorrow or something or next week, Rich, if you want to get on, we could, you know, call agents together. I'd like to hear how you talk to realtors as well. So great opportunity. A lot of my sub two deals were expired listings back pre-pandemic times. So I can see the market going back that way. So I'm like to reach out to realtors before they expire, because as realtors don't get paid, unless it closes. So if we work out some type of creative financing solution with the seller, before it expires, I mean, I'll pay their commission, and that's good for the seller because they get more of their equity. By the way, if you see I'm looking up, I got like a bunch of screens on top, so that's why. But I got to do that. It helps me out when I do my cold calling because I can have like 5 different screens up. One screen will have like prop stream, one screen will have like Zillow, um, another screen with any files I need to pull up. So it just makes it easier. Obviously, you got one screen for StreamYard. So Rich says, are realtors becoming more receptive to sub two now? Most are not educated about this format, but will probably have no choice but to get up to speed as market gets soft. Great question again. So yes, it's more of a common transaction now. It's not, I mean, I wouldn't say that. I would say it's becoming more a common transaction. Creative financing, seller financing or sub twos. A lot of the big players in the game, Pace Morby, Jeff Norton, a lot of these big real estate investors. They got a lot of social media presence. A lot of the Facebook, you know, ads and talk about creative financing nowadays. So a lot more people are definitely open to it. I know Pace does like an elephant challenge. I don't know if you've seen that. So I think the current elephant challenge is more tailored to like pre foreclosures. So there's a lot of calls in those challenges to realtors and sellers. So yeah, so they're getting more open about it, but there's definitely still majority of the realtors may understand seller financing, but they may not understand sub twos. There's a lot of myths, obviously. You know, is it illegal? What's up with the due on sale clause? So those are a lot of objections that um, a lot of sellers bring up. So you just gotta educate them, just like realtors, and just educate them. So what I did, I actually created a couple documents. Took me a while to do it, but it basically just talks about creative financing. You know, um, you know, examples of subject to seller financing. I actually have a bunch of examples on the document of deals I've done, and that's a document I give to realtors and sellers as a credibility packet. So I have a normal credibility packet that I create for really everybody. Um, and then I have an addendum to that credibility packet where it talks more about creative financing and short sales. So, realtors that don't understand it, what I normally do is I'll send it to them as a pre-read, you know, and then I'll just follow up with them on my CRM, later date to see if they have any questions on it. So, I don't think a lot of people are doing that. Most people just call and then, just hang up. I like to give, for me, if I was a seller or realtor, I want to see something, on paper. I want to see examples. I want to see some type of, credibility, especially for something I don't know about. Because most, the famous saying is, a confused mind says no. So if they don't understand it, the chances are they're just gonna dismiss it and say it's not legal. In my examples, I have my title company information in there. So, I actually tell them, if you have any questions, call my title company. They do these sub two transactions all the time. They do land trusts all the time. If it's illegal, why would they do that? They have their attorneys, working well with their underwriters. So they're doing their due diligence as well. So actually, our title company, Pinnacle Title, out there in West Little Rock, they actually taught a class on subject to and land trust. So how many title companies are teaching that? So that's the kind of stuff that realtors and sellers want to hear because they're most transactions they obviously go through a title company, right? A normal transaction. So if they see that a subject to transaction has to go through a title company as well, they're like, okay, well, it has to be legal. It says, I think they use assignable and sub to interchangeably. Signing means requalifying. Can you possibly send me a copy of your credibility document? Can I get your contact info? Yeah, for sure, Rich. Yeah, just put your email in the chat, or you can put it on the private chat if you want, and I'll send that later on today. Yes, and I think what you mean is assumable, right? So most realtors and a lot of sellers, they think that sub two is assuming a loan. So the difference is The obviously you might already know this, Rich, but sub two is you're taking over the mortgage payments. That's all you're doing. The note and mortgage still stays in the seller's name. Okay. When you're assuming a loan, you're requalifying, and the note and mortgage goes into your name, and that's not what we want to do because we're not trying to qualify for a bank loan. So we're trying to leverage our knowledge and buy properties without getting any loans, without actually um, getting debt. We're, we're paying off debt, but we're not actually having debt. Hey, what's up, Ariel? See, we're all up and early, huh? So, hey, man, I can't wait to continue working with that short sale up in Chicago, man. So, I know the seller is just kind of dragging his feet, but that's kind of the game. So that's the part with short sales, and not a lot of people understand. So if everybody's watching this, or whoever's watching this, so me and Ariel, he's a sub two student out in Chicago area, and he came up with a potential deal that's fits for a short sale. Amazing property, great potential for a short sale. I mean, he's behind a lot. I don't can't remember exactly how much, but he's behind a lot. But the repairs are going to be pretty extensive. I think it's been vacant for 2 years. Divorcee. They just want to be done with it. But the problem with short sales, and when I talk to a lot of these reps who process my short side, I ask these questions. Why does it take so long? You know, I mean, industry standard for a short sale is 6 to 12 months, right? Could be longer. And the number one thing is the sellers, the documentation. They take their time. Maybe the realtors don't understand the type of paperwork. They don't follow up with them. The paperwork's incomplete. So they have to send it back, and so that file keeps going to the very bottom. Some of these reps have 40, 50 files per rep. So they're going to work on files that are complete, right? I asked them that, like, why are you processing my short sales faster? You know, and they always say, my documents are, 100% complete. I actually give excessive amount of documentation. um, so, they're gonna take care of those first because it's ready for them. The ones that are incomplete or half-assed done, they get to the bottom. So, my short sales normally take about 2 to 4 months, when most short sales, like I said, between 6 to 12 months or longer. So, Ariel, he needed some help with short sales, and that's a problem right now. The seller is just kind of dragging his feet. So I think the tactic for that is just stay on top of it. Stay on top of it. He depending on the type of loan, these sellers will actually get money at closing. The bank, they call it relocation assistance. Depending on the loan, they can get up to even $10,000. So you got to plug that into the seller's ears, like, hey, man, if you don't get the paperwork in, you're not gonna be able to get that funds. And worse, there may be an auction date, and now we can't do too much about that. So, but yeah, we'll get it, Ariel. Yes, I'll be following up with him again today. Perfect. Yeah, follow up is key, man. Oh, also, Ariel just locked up his, I don't know if his first sub two, but he locked up a sub two deal up in Chicago as well. So he's a realtor, you know. I'm not sure exact details how he got it, but man, I'll tell you, realtors have direct access to a lot of these sellers. They know their situation, and so he was able to negotiate a sub two deal. So that's freaking amazing, man. I'm so proud of you, man. That's freaking awesome. What are you gonna do with that sub two? Or are you gonna wrap it? Or are you gonna just rent it out? What's your exit strategy for that if you're still on? Awesome, man. Wrap, huh? Oh, I love that strategy, brother. Love it, love it, love it. So if you guys don't know what a wrap is, so Errol, he bought the property subject to, so he took over the mortgage payments. Okay. So I'm assuming that the interest rate, and most investors, like if he's a sub two student, he's pretty knowledgeable, and he's doing his due diligence and making sure it's a good deal. But if I had to guess, his interest rate is probably 4% on that note that he took over. So what a wrap is he's gonna find, this is the exit strategy. He's gonna find another buyer. Okay. And for example, say that house is $200,000, worth, the market value of the house is $200,000. So what he'll do is he'll find a potential buyer at $250,000. Okay, charge them between 7 and 9% interest. For 30, 40 years. I have 40-year notes with wrap buyers. So he collects the arbitrage, right? The difference between the 4%. We'll say it's a 4% interest rate on the sub two note that he's taken over. So that's 4%. He's going to charge the wrap buyer 7%. He collects a 3% spread. And then additionally, he's going to get a big down payment from the buyer. That big down payment will cover the entry cost into the sub two deal, you know, and then he's going to get good cash flow. I mean, it's just amazing. And he's not responsible for any repairs. It's amazing strategy, bro. I love it. Love it, love it, love it. So smart. Great job, bro. If you need help with a wrap, just let me know though. Well, I gotta get my charger. Right.
Sorry I missed your call. Please leave your name and number, and I'll be happy to give you a call back as soon as possible. Have a blessed day. Sorry, mailbox is full. To send an SMS notification, press 5. Your SMS notification will include your number 1-808-348-7012. You may enter a different number now, or press the pound sign to send your SMS notification. Your SMS has been sent. Thank you for calling. Goodbye. Good morning, Teresa speaking.
Hey, how are you doing, Teresa? This is Arnie Newton from AR Realty.
Hey, how are you?
Good, good, good. So, my name is, I said, my name is Arnie. I buy properties over here in Arkansas, and I do a lot of agent outreach. And I saw a property that you may be a listing agent for.
Okay.
1041 Wheatland Cove.
Yes.
Okay, so is that still available?
It is not.
Okay, maybe my system is wrong. It shows that you're still the listing agent. Okay.
Yes, I am, but we've withdrawn the property for a while.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm definitely interested now. I'd love to, use you as the buyer's agent for that.
Okay. Well, right now, the clients have decided to not sell for the next year, maybe 2 years.
Oh, really?
So,
Okay.
yes. They've decided that they didn't like their options for repurchase. We just.
Oh, you're talking about getting a different loan or something?
No, for them to purchase something else when they sell this one. They just didn't like what was available, and so they've decided, because they're not willing to switch their child from the school district they're in.
I see. Yeah, that makes sense.
So their kids are going to continue to go there, and there's just not a lot that fit their needs in that school district. And so they've decided, due to the interest rates and everything going on, they're going to keep the home for the next year to 2 years. And when they do decide to relist it, they will let me know.
Perfect. Okay. Awesome. So, do you have any other properties that has been on market a bit?
I have one on sagebrush
Okay.
in bauxite. Sits on
Bauxite.
an acre.
Okay.
Mhm.
How long has it been on the market for?
A couple months, 3 months.
Okay. So most of my properties that I buy, I'm gonna send you my credibility packet, Teresa, so you can see the properties that I normally purchase over here in Cabot. And most of these properties are bought on creative financing. Have you ever heard of creative financing or seller
No.
financing? Okay.
No.
So and like I said, you'll see the examples in there, but basically what it is, say the property is free and clear, right? So basically the seller would be the bank and seller finance the property to us.
Okay, well, I can tell you everything that I currently have listed.
Uh-huh. They got mortgages on it.
Yeah, my sellers are not, they need to be out from underneath it.
Okay, what does that mean?
Meaning they are not owner financing. They do not want to owner finance.
Did you already bring that up to them?
Yes, we've already discussed that and whether or not they want to even potentially rent the properties. But the few that I have, that is not an option for them. So I'm really sorry.
Okay. So if it goes to if it expires, they're okay with that? And the reason being is, like I said, we would pay the full asking price.
Right, but
And
you're wanting the seller to finance, so they're only getting a portion of the payment each month. They're not getting the full money up front.
yeah, but they would actually get more money because they're not paying commissions. I'm paying the commissions.
Right. No, I understand that. I will ask my clients again if they are interested in something like that.
Okay.
But I can't promise
Can
that they will.
Can I send you an LOI? I'm going to send you an LOI, and that way they can look at it and just let us know if it's going to be a good fit for them.
Sure.
Okay. What's your email?
It's mostblessed3, the number 3 at yahoo.com.
Oh, I see it. Okay, I see it on my system. All right, cool. Very cool. So yeah, so I'll send an LOI. It'll be through email, and then I'll also attach my credibility packet as well.
Okay, that
So
sounds great.
so the property in Bauxite, that's the one that's been on the market for a bit, right?
I have 2 properties that have been on the market a bit.
Okay.
Renee, which is in Benton.
Can you give me one second? Can I pull it up real quick? Am I taking
Do what now?
am I taking too much of your time? Can I just pull it up really quick?
Sure, go ahead and pull it up.
Thank you.
No worries.
Okay, what's the address, Teresa? In Benton, the one in Benton.
Let's see. Hold on. So that one on Renee is going to be
You spell Renee, ma'am?
Renee. I think it's just Renee.
Okay. I see it here. That's a cute little house.
Yes.
Okay, so 276. So, so is it above market value? Or is it in perfect condition or?
No, it's in perfect condition. It's
Perfect.
just remodeled.
Okay.
He's in the military, and
Okay.
they don't have a choice.
Oh yeah, I did 20 years Air Force. I totally understand that. We bought a house in Hawaii for 500,000, and our plan was to stay there for 5 years, and we got orders like a year later.
Right.
So I understand. I totally understand that.
That's their dilemma.
Okay. Well, this would be like I said, I do a lot of subject to deals with military. Most of my customers are actually military. but they're mostly out here in Cabot. But I love Benton area too. Um, so 276. So there is a mortgage on it. Okay, I'm assuming. Um, so
Yes.
what we would do is we call this in our industry, we call it a hybrid deal, where we would take over the payment subject to and pay him. We're even willing to pay him at this because it's well done. It almost looks like a perfect condition house.
It is.
We would honestly, like, depending on how we structure the deal, I'm actually willing to pay 285 for this. Full ask.
Okay.
285. I pay your commissions. Okay. So that way he doesn't have to pay out of his equity, and then we just have to structure a payment for equity. So we take over the mortgage subject to, and then the equity we structure some type of seller financing agreement on the equity over time. So obviously that, and you understand that, it's so some type of down payment, and even if he wants interest, we'll structure, an interest rate in there as well. So he's making way more money than that.
Okay.
So, and like I said, I'm going to send you my credibility pack. It has a bunch of properties in there that I've taken over. A lot of them are military VA loans subject to. So,
is this a 30-year note?
It depends. He's the bank, so he determines that. So it really depends because so when we structure a seller financing note, it's amortized, right? So, what's not going to change is the payment that I have to give him, because I have to make sure I cash flow. I'm turning this to an investment property, right? So whatever that equity payment, we structure that payment on amortized loan. So it could be 20, 30, 40, it depends on, how it's a math game on the amortized side, right? So,
Right.
but I'm like I said, I'm okay with paying interest. We just have to pay, the term may be extended. Because, like, for example, we have a buyer, we structured a 40-year amortized loan on that, and he may not want to go 40 years. I'm okay with that. So we'll just have to do a balloon payment, he just had to tell us what type of balloon payment he would want on that. So there's 1,000 ways to structure it, but at the end of the day, we can solve this problem because we're paying, actually over asking, paying your commissions, and then he gets a note mortgage on the equity, right? So if I don't make a payment, he gets the house back, and he keeps a down payment. So it's all my risk to make sure that I make payment on time and all that. And plus, we won't. That's one bad review. You know how it works. One bad review in my business, and I'll never be able to do it again. So.
Okay. And so he does this. I take it we do this as a true purchase, like you're
Yep.
actually
A title company. Yep.
Commissions are paid.
Yep.
Once we go to the close table, which I'm assuming would be 30 days.
Oh, it'll be less than that. It depends on title work. Normally, I use Pinnacle Title over there in West Little Rock, and so as long as title work is good, we could probably close in 7 days. To be honest with you, 7-10 days.
Oh, okay, yeah, we use Perlin Title here in Bryant.
Yeah, they're good. They're good too. I think Jody. Jody, he does some of my subject to deals before.
Yeah, I always use Angie Suggs here at Perlin. She's the best and the cheapest. She will match or beat anybody else's prices.
Okay, here's my thing. As long as she understands subject to, there's, I know Jody does it over there at ProLand. I know Katie Driscoll.
Yep.
I know she does it. She does a lot of subject twos, but and I'm willing to do that. If you guys are more comfortable with that, I'm okay with using ProLand because I know what they're doing.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I'll send me your stuff.
Okay.
Let me reach out to my client.
Okay. And listen, Teresa, sometimes, it's better if we could do a three-way call. Obviously, bring it up to them, and then what we can do is just have a three-way call, and so that way they have any questions directly to me. Obviously you'll be on a call as well.
Right.
So, and it's just unique for them. They probably have no idea what that is, and I get it. Your responsibilities to the client. I get it. But sometimes they'll have questions like, "Hey, how do I know you're going to make a payment? What happens if they call the note due on sale, all that stuff?" So those are questions, objections I want to make sure I let them know, because there's benefits for us, and there's benefits for them, but there's also risks for them as well. So I want to make sure they understand that too.
Okay, sure. And what is the commission that you pay?
What is your commission? 2.5?
No, it's 3.6.
Okay, yeah, as long as it makes sense. This house is perfect condition, so normally,
Okay.
yeah, I don't care about that, Because for me, it's about the cash flow. As long as we structure a cash flow that makes sense for us, we're willing to. That's why we're willing to pay, at market or a little over, because our cash on cash return is 20. It's good.
Right. Okay. All right. Well, I'll reach out to my client and see what they, see if they're interested. Send me your stuff, and
Okay.
I'll let you know. Now they're maybe this evening before I can reach them, but
Yeah.
I will let you know this evening or tomorrow.
Are they PCSing in the next 6 months or something?
Oh yeah, he'll be leaving within the next 30 days.
Oh yikes. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, we could definitely close before then for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. Okay. Well, let me see. Let me chat with them and see,
Hey,
what they want to do, and
so
get back to you.
so what I did, it's kind of just worked out just perfectly. So what I created a document. I'm going to send it to you as well. It's addendum to the credibility packet. It it's actually explains everything about creative financing, a bunch of examples that I put in there, and then properties that I've done recently with Zillow links that shows a subject to deal. So if they have any questions, they can actually read that too.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. Sounds good.
Awesome. Thank you.
Right.
Great talking
Thank
to you.
you.
Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Well, that's a great opportunity, guys. Boom. That's it. That's all you have to do, guys. Rich. That's a great opportunity for a sub 2 deal. Man, that's pretty good, huh? First call of the day. Yeah, appreciate it, Rich. The first call is always the worst. I'm telling you. It's like as soon as they answer, my mind went blank. It happens every freaking time, But once I get going, it flows pretty good. But see, even I've been doing it for a long time, and I still have that, those anxiety issues with calls. But the thing is, you got to solve the problem, Rich, and anybody listening. Yeah, you just got to solve the problem. Like, what is the root issue, right? And I kind of pulled it out of her, especially the last question I asked, is he PCSing next 6 months? So because I kind of want to know, what the time frame, what is his pain? He's got to move. It's been on the market, at least 90 days now, and I don't understand why. And I think what it is they're wanting over market value, and it's a 4-bedroom, 2-bath. So, I mean, I could turn this into a midterm rental, short-term rental, so but we still got to negotiate the deal and all that, but it's a great opportunity. There's definitely some pain there. Nicholas asks, what's the criteria for sub 2 deals and what's the comparison of sub 2 versus wholesaling? What's the criteria for sub 2 deals and what's the comparison of sub 2? So for me, it depends on the area. So if I'm doing a sub 2, well, because you can sub 2 or you can wholesale sub 2 deals as well. Okay. So what I would say is if you can find a buyer for whatever property, sub 2 deal it up, and then you can wholesale it. If you're trying to keep it as your own property in your portfolio, just make sure that property is just like anything else. Make sure it's in a good neighborhood. Make sure it cash flows well, things like that. Rich Berger, can you explain a little about structure of this proposed deal, exit strategy? It sounds like buy and hold for cash flow. How do you handle due on sale clause? Can you explain a little bit about the structure of this proposed deal, exit strategy? It sounds like buy. Yeah. So what I would do is, so there's a mortgage on it. I don't know what the mortgage. I don't even know what the interest rate is. But I'm assuming a VA loan, they're historically they're lower rates than conventional loans, right? Um, and and let's actually check it out. Let's see when he bought it. Oh wow, so he bought it in 2021. So I guarantee you, it's probably like 3% or less loan. So there's he probably doesn't have too much equity. I mean, in the past year and a half, it definitely market went up, so he has some equity there. But yeah, so what I would do is I'll take over the original subject to mortgage or original mortgage subject to, sorry, and then whatever equity I would structure a seller financing payment on equity. So most sellers, they ask me what the terms I want, and I always tell them is like they're the bank. I they dictate terms. I don't go to Bank of America and dictate what type of interest rate they're going to give me. What type of down payment they require. You know, so let put that on the seller or the realtor. So and then negotiate from there. Because there could be times where you're thinking about doing a say say you're willing to do a 10% down payment, but what if they were willing to go 5%? You just lost money there. So have the seller dictate the terms first, and I always give that example, to let them know that they're the bank, they dictate terms. I'm a customer. I either say yes or no or negotiate. Um, and then exit strategy. So I could turn it to I got to structure the payment where I cash flow as a long term rental. So this is just me. So make sure, in my opinion, no matter what, can I still cash flow as a long term rental? So potentially, I can turn this to Airbnb, short term rental or mid term rental, and make really good cash flow. But what if the city, nicks short term rentals and midterms? You know, can I still cash flow on long term rental? So I can make out in this deal. I could probably long term rental it, in a short term or a midterm, because I think it's close to like some hospitals as well. Sounds like, oh, yep. So how do you handle due on sale? So how do I handle due on sale? So that's so number one, if people who don't know what a due on sale is, so due on sale clause is in your mortgage, it states in there that if anytime there is a change of title or transfer of ownership, right? The lender has the right, but not um, obligation to call the note due. So so basically what that is a note. A due on sale basically means like anything that's due is all due at one time, whatever the balance of the mortgage is, or the balance of the note is due at that time when they call it. They call it acceleration clause. They call it acceleration clause or due on sale clause. So if that ever happens, um, we got a couple options. One of the options is obviously you can sell it, you can refi it. That's the two big ones, and then there's a couple other things that we can do. And if you have any questions on that, you can just hit me up, Rich. I can kind of go over it together. So the other ones are kind of like I want to keep to myself. It's kind of like a competitive advantage over everybody else. But the two big ones is reselling it or refinancing it. One thing though is as a prevention, you can put the property in the land trust. So the Dodd-Frank St. Germain Act, I think it talks about land trust in there where it won't trigger a due on sale, because when you put a property in a land trust, that's change of title, change of ownership. But in that, I believe in that act, it states in there that if it's in a trust, it won't trigger that. So that's more of a prevention tactic. Good questions, man. Good questions. Hopefully, I answered it. And like I said, if you have any more questions, just hit me up. My phone number is down below there, so just give me a call anytime. I can help you out with that. How do you handle due on sale? Okay, got that one. What is the benefit of doing sub 2 versus wholesaling? Well, the two big things is, when you do a sub 2, like I said earlier, and I don't know if I explained it right, you can wholesale a sub 2. You can structure a creative financing deal and then wholesale that deal or sign that deal to someone else. Okay. I think what you're asking though is wholesaling is more of a short term, obviously. Doing a sub 2 and holding it, that's a long term, play, long term exit strategy. Okay. So the benefits, and we can talk about this, Nick, later, but the benefits of holding property, you got five different benefits of holding property, right? So number one is, the cash flow, obviously. Number two is the pay down of the asset using somebody else to pay down your debt. You get appreciation of the property. You could depreciate property, right? And then the other one is, um, oh my gosh, cash flow, appreciation, pay down. Oh my gosh, what's the last one? I got a brain fart. But those are big benefits though of doing a sub 2, because as a buy and hold. Wholesaling, the short term, higher taxes, and but there's nothing wrong with wholesaling. Like I said, if you can make $30,000 on a on a wholesaling deal, take it. Especially if you're a brand new investor, you know, start getting that cash, and then over time you start learning creative financing, and maybe take down a one or two sub two deals as you go. Let's see. Great questions, by the way, guys. What site do you use to determine his outstanding mortgage terms? So there's a couple of aggregate systems out there. The two big ones is PropStream and Batch Leads. I've never used Batch Leads, but I know a lot of people that use it and swear by it. But most of I've only used PropStream, and it's helped me perfectly. I've had any issues, but there's always good feedback on PropStream. So those are the two: PropStream and Batch Leads. You can deed the property back. Yep, there it is. Absolutely. So not only do you deed it back, I think so. Raymond is talking about a due on sale clause if that happens. So you can deed it back, and then in the same time you can create a lease option or a land contract at the same time. Yep, good one. I could tell you're a sub 2 student, Raymond. Find out what they need. Yep. Who handles your virtual deals? Boots on the ground property management. So who handles my virtual deals? So there's a transaction coordinator that I use to process, out of state properties and all that. And number one is, there may be different contracts in different states, so I just hire somebody else that knows the contract for that state. You know, but if it's in Arkansas, I'll do the TC myself. Boots on the ground property management. So, I have property management here through my Realtor brokerage that I normally use, and then so I don't know if you guys know, but Rich, I'm a sub 2 student, so there's 8,200 students throughout the U.S. And if I find a property in, say, Texas, I'll just link up with a sub 2 student there that does, you know, buy and holds and ask them, what type of property management they use over there. So that's a great thing about having a community like that. I hear Pace say due on sale almost never happen to him. Yes, but it does happen. It does happen. It's only a matter of time. You do enough. So, don't be scared about it. You just make sure you have, your options available. You know, don't buy a prop. Make sure the property is going to be able to appraise. Say you do a refi and make sure it appraises. So, don't be careful on your purchase price. Make sure it's in a good area so you can sell it. You know, but these are things you should be looking into the deal anyways. But yeah, don't be scared about it. Just be ready when what does happen. Um, yeah, I missed your phone number. Yeah, so so my phone number is, if you're still on, 501-301-4472. 501-301-4472. Or you can hit me on you can DM me on my Instagram up here at Arnie_Noon. So add me on Instagram, DM me as well. Tax. Not sure is that a question or. Thank you for this live, brother. Yeah, for sure, brother. Yeah, no worries, man. It's always fun to do this. Yeah, definitely, Raymond. Yep. Anytime, man. Love it. Love it. Great questions, guys. So let me get to the next call. I tell you what, that's a pretty damn good call. First call. Good opportunity. Oh, I don't think. Oh man, I just realized. So let this be a lesson when you guys are doing these agent calls. And I just instinctively did it. So I called for a property. It wasn't even the property we were discussing. Um, so I called about a certain property that she listed, and they said that they weren't interested or something like that in seller financing. So I basically asked her, does she have any other properties? And if I remember right, this is one of the properties that she gave me. So just because they say no on that one, ask if they have any other properties that's been on market. Okay. Most people say, okay, great, hang up. I said, do you have any other properties? Or does your agents in your office have any properties? What I also recommend is I highlighted that I was going to send her my credibility packet. Okay. So, and if we got some time after, whoever stays here, I can kind of go over my credibility packet, or I could send it to you guys too as well, so you guys can have a sample. But I also created a additional document. It's like a 20-page document of just talking about creative financing, examples, the pros and cons of it, things like that. So videos, it has my title company information, servicing company information. So it's just an addendum to the credibility packet. It's more extensive and more detailed regarding creative financing. So I made that for sellers and realtors. So I found that doing a lot of these calls, I was getting a lot of objections, and I was just repeating the objections over and over and over, right? And again, a lot of these realtors and sellers have no idea what I'm talking about, so they're going to forget. No matter how long I talk and repeat it, they're probably going to forget anyways. Okay, so I built this. I was like, man, how do I, help these sellers understand this better? And how do I help these realtors understand it better? How do I build credibility with how do I leverage the deals I've done, to give me credibility? So I created that document just for that. I spent like a couple weeks building this thing, just 4 years of just objections. I'm trying to keep it as simple as possible, and it flows good. So it has a bunch of examples, like I said, of sub two deals, potential sub two deals, and then I also have a bunch of examples of sub twos and short sales that I've done as well. So that way, in the future, um, you know, and like I said, a lot of these times when I'm making these calls, I'm kind of a backup plan for the realtors or even the sellers, right? So I understand that over time there's going to be more pain, right? The market is shifting where properties are going to be sitting a lot longer, right? So the first maybe 30, 40 days, they're going to still try to find buyers. And then, the 50-day, 60-day mark, now they're like, oh my gosh, I haven't had one offer. I need to get this thing sold. That like that the guy's a military, he's moving. Now I gotta be a landlord. I don't want to be a landlord. You know, he got a lot of stress. I did 20 years Air Force, PCS multiple times. It's just very, very stressful time for you and your family. The last thing you want to worry about is a property, finding a tenant, you know. So there's a lot of pain there. So, having that credibility packet, they can look at it later on, right? When it's the 60 to 70-day mark, and they're like, oh my gosh, no offers. But I remember this guy from Ohana Realty gave me some type of creative financing offer where they'll pay what my asking price and pay my realtor's commissions, but he said something about creative financing. I have no idea what that is. So now he's going to read that packet and say, oh my gosh, oh, that makes more sense now. I kind of understand that, but I do have a question here. So they'll take notes of certain questions, but the majority of the big questions will be answered because I put that in the packet. I put 5 of the major objections that sellers have. What if I don't make a payment? Well, what I'm doing due on sale clause, right? Um, what about if I'm trying to get another house? You know, if you take my property subject to, I can't qualify for no, that's actually incorrect. There's ways around that. So those are objections I put on paper. So later on in the future, they can go through it, take notes and then ask me the smaller questions later. And it builds a lot of rapport, to be honest with you, because I also tell them the risks and benefits. So most investors are going to say, yeah, I can get you out of the situation. Your realtor is going to get paid. You'll get, monthly check every month, but they never tell them about the risks of a sub two deal. There's definitely some risks. Okay. Like what happens if I disappear from the planet? Right? Well, who's gonna make the payment? What's gonna happen? We put things in place, in case that for some reason it happens. What happens if it's due on sale clause? That's a risk, right? What happens if the tenants damage the property? Who's responsible for that? I put that I put that in the document. Let them know their risk, but we are experienced investors. We have properties. We know what we're doing. We know how to solve those issues. And we let them know how we're going to solve those issues if it does come. So it just builds a lot of rapport, very, very good rapport that way. And that's why I was able to lock up a lot of these deals on sub twos because they see that you know I know what I'm doing. So and can plan for any issues. Raymond asks, if you're going to buy and hold, make sure you have a war chest. For sure, absolutely. Absolutely. And people don't understand what that means. Is just having reserves. So you got to plan for vacancies, and also cap repairs as well. So capital expenditures. So for example, say you buy a property, right? And it has like maybe 10 years left, or 5 or 10 years left, life expectancy of a roof. You got to figure out how much is that going to cost in 5, 10 years, right? So say a roof costs like $10,000, and you got about maybe 10, 12 years left before it's going to fail. So you got to plan how much that's going to cost, and then make sure that equates to a certain number per month. So by the time in 12 years, you have enough money in reserves to pay for that. So that those reserves, is put into the deal as as basically as an expense. Does that make sense? But yeah, good insight, Raymond. Good job. When you do a wrap as a sub two, is due on sale clause still the same procedure, and does it affect your buyer and original mortgage holder in what ways differently? So if you do a wrap on a sub two deal, yep. So if the due on sale happens, I mean, you're going to have to refi. You know, you're not going to be able to sell it because they have you already sold it on a wrap, so you're going to have to refi. And most of these wraps, they're under a land contract, right? So they don't hold the deed yet. They don't own the property. They have equitable interest in the property. They don't own the deed. Okay, you as the buyer still hold that deed, so you can still refi and all that. Good question, man. It's a great question, bro. Some high level questions. Yikes. Dang, whole bitch. Crap story and was on mute. Son of a. I'm not gonna tell that story again. But can you hear me now? Hey, Rich, can you hear me, dude? I told a whole story, Rich. Dang it, man! I told a whole story about me getting investing, and it was on mute. Dang. But anyways, and I'm not gonna tell that story again, like I said. So, but yeah. So, how much cash flow do you need in order to make a deal make sense? I guess there are more factors to consider. Also, yeah, for sure. There's no right wrong answer on cash flow. You just gotta make sure you're cash flowing, right? So, some people are okay with $100 cash flow after net. It's kind of tight, but some people, different markets that maybe that's the best deal they can get. You know, Mix maybe they're banking on appreciation. Maybe cash flow is small, but appreciation rate is really, really high. Maybe like Hawaii or something, right? Literally in a year, they can get like 30, $40,000 in appreciation, right? Maybe the benefit for them is the depreciation of the asset. Paid, that they hold more value to that. Or maybe they hold more value of the appreciation. So but typically most people, I would say, at least $200 to $300, $400 cash flow, depending on your area. It's funny. It's the best one yet. Love it, love it, love it, love it. Appreciate you guys staying on, man. It's always fun to kind of just talk real estate with other investors that, number one, even the new investors, I like answering like for me, it would be like basic answers, but it really helps me out to solidify, the information in my brain. And maybe they have a different perspective, but I also like the high level questions as well. So kind of keeps me on my toes, you know. And then for anybody who's left here, listening and doing real estate investing themselves, just make sure you're constantly like learning real estate. You know, for me, when I go to the gym, I'm listening to real estate videos. Listen to an Audible book about something regarding real estate. It doesn't have to be real estate related, but maybe a leadership, maybe negotiation books, things like that. So um, there's there's always something new to learn and understand. The market changes. You want to see what other people are doing. So the cool thing about social media nowadays is, and the good and bad is, there's so much content out there. There's so much material. And you got to be careful too, is that there's some bad material out there as well. And I'm guilty of it too. I listen to it and I think it's a great strategy, and then I find out that's a horrible strategy. There's a lot of risk there. So, but there's a lot of great content. And here's the thing: you can just fix a lot of that by joining a RIA. You know, um, Finding actual legit investors in your area, in the country, that are willing to kind of mentor you, and then find out who's teaching them the material. What information are they reading or watching? Oh yeah, so I think what I was talking about earlier, I was just talking about getting into a real estate. So I found a investor here locally. Um, that kind of taught me everything. So, Pace taught me a lot. Obviously, he still continues teaching me, but Randy Thomason he set the foundation of creative financing. Just real estate in general. You know, I didn't know what skip tracing was. I didn't know what subject to was. I barely knew anything about my own mortgage and my own house at the time. And then, but he fueled a hunger. He fueled a thirst that I couldn't quench. I still can't quench to this day. I still have that hunger and excitement. Talking to real estate investors and sellers, and it's a nervousness excitement, but it's a good thing. But it's passion. So I love it. It's so fun to do. Um, but yeah, he taught me everything, and he was actually one of the first sub two students. Believe it or not, he didn't even tell me about that till later on. But I found out he was one of the first sub two students. Unbelievable. So that shows that he's learning from the best out there. He's trying to see what they're doing, and not everything that Pace does, that my partner agrees with sometimes, but that's but you still need to know what they're doing. You still need to learn from them too, right? So, but yeah, that's nuts. Cliff notes. I just that's how I learned about creative financing through my mentor. So find a mentor in your area, and then continue learning, perfecting your craft. And then just taking action. Just go out there, make calls. Like the first call today, I was freaking stuttering, in the first like couple of seconds, man. I was like, it's went blank there. I don't know why, but happens every time. My first call always does that. I always do terrible in the first call, and then it just kind of flows back. So let me say it was good. Have you used Privy? I don't use Privy. I just use PropStream. So I've heard good things about Privy. I also heard some not good things about Privy, but you know, I kind of just use what works best for me that I know and understand. It's PropStream. Are you flipping market? I was. I'm not doing anymore unless it's a great deal. And most of my short sales are my flips. Randy Thomason, I think that's what you're asking. Randy Thomason. He's the president of the Central Arkansas Real Estate Investing Association, ARCREIA, ARKREIA. Yep. So yeah, if you can, just follow him on Facebook or Instagram, and see what he's doing. So he has great material, and he always teaches some great classes within the REIA. There's classes every week. The monthly meeting, he's either teaching some high level real estate investing, or he'll bring in a guest speaker. So the last meeting was a multifamily speaker. So great stuff. Randy Thomason. 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 I think that's how you spell it. Just look up ARCREIA, ARKREIA in Arkansas, and he'll pull up his information. All right, let's make another call, huh? Let's do it. Hey, stop.
Hello.
Hello, I'm looking for a Nikita.
This is she. Max is calling.
Yeah, this is Arnie Newton. How are you doing?
I'm doing well.
Yeah, so I was looking on Zillow and I was looking at a property I believe you're a listing agent for.
What property?
Yeah, 8529 High School Boulevard in Navarre.
Oh yes.
Is that already sold already?
Oh no, it's still
Okay.
on the market.
Okay, great. Yeah, so most of my properties that I buy, and I do a lot of marketing for properties that's been on the market for a little bit, but I do a lot of creative financing where I
Okay.
pay, whatever the asking price of the seller, and I pay your commission separately. That way, the seller gets all their equity. The
Okay.
catch is, they have to be willing to do some type of creative financing.
Uh-huh.
So I'm sure you know what seller financing is, but do you think the seller may be willing or open to doing that?
Oh, I'm not sure. I would have to ask them.
Okay. Do you have any questions on seller financing? How that would be, constructed?
Yeah. How would it be instructed? Like how would
Yeah.
that go?
So great. Yeah. So what I'm gonna do too, Nikita, is I'm gonna send you my credibility packet. It has a bunch of properties that I've done on creative financing, I also create a document that kind of spells out what creative financing is and examples. So that
Okay.
later date you can kind of look at. But for now, so basically what it is so there's two types of creative financing. One is if the seller it's free and clear on the property, so there's no
Mm-hmm.
mortgage on it. So for example, say it's to make the math easy, say it's $100,000 house. House is worth 100,000. So what we would do
Mm-hmm.
is we structure some type of payment per month, like $500 a month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Most sellers will require some type of down payment, okay, for a certain amount of years till it's paid off. In simplest terms,
Okay.
that's what that is. It's called seller
Okay.
financing. Okay. Now that's
Uh-huh.
one. That's one of the main ones. The second one is so say they do have a mortgage on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say there's a $50,000 mortgage on it, on $100,000
Mm-hmm.
house, $50,000
Right.
mortgage. So what we would do is we would take over the mortgage payment on that mortgage, okay, and then there's 50,000 equity there, right? So
Right.
we would structure a seller financing, deal for that, where there's a monthly payment paid to that seller every month.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I will just send me the information. I can sit down with the sellers and discuss
Yeah.
to see in this route they would like to go.
Yeah. Can you tell me a little bit about the property? Is there any issues with the property at all?
There's no issues with the property. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath garage,
Yeah. I saw the
2-car
pictures.
garage.
Yep.
Yeah. Solar panels. Solar panels are not paid for. That's the really downfall.
Okay.
And that's pretty much
Yeah.
it.
We can, either assume the solar panels or we can take over those subject to as well. Solar panels.
Okay.
So that way they don't have to pay it off.
Okay. Yeah. Just send me the information and I will look over it and talk to my clients about it.
Okay, what I'll do is, if it's okay, I'll go ahead and submit just a tentative LOI, letter of intent, or we call it, just a simple offer.
Okay.
Just what I normally create for realtors, and then it'll have like the terms in there, just the general terms, because I don't know what their mortgage payment and all that. So,
Okay.
but then I'll also attach the credibility packet and that information packet. What's a good
Okay.
time to follow up with you after I submit that?
Try probably at 5 o'clock.
Oh,
Central
that's quick.
Standard Time.
Man, I love you.
Yeah.
That's what I like, man. It's quick. Some people are like, "Oh, give me a couple days." I love it.
Yeah.
I love it. Okay, any other questions?
No, that'll be all.
Okay, what's a good email for you?
Nikita, Nikita,
Yeah, yes, ma'am.
M as
Uh-huh.
in Mary.
Yep.
Chapman, Chapman
Uh-huh.
@gmail.com.
Got it. Got it. Cool. Well, great talking to you.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Are there any liens or arrears? Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. Um, I'm assuming you're talking about the property I just called about. Yeah, I mean, we'll find that out on the next conversation. Really the biggest thing is I just want to, you know, I kind of determine, how long the conversation is and how much I want to go into it because I normally ask is like, do you understand creative finance? You know what that is? And if they say, I can kind of tell by the way they answer that, she didn't know what that is. I think she doesn't know too much about it, so I don't want to confuse her too much. So I just kind of keep it simple, and that's why I create a document, like right, so they can actually read it through. It has examples, and then what I'll do is I'm just planting a seed on the first conversation, so I can get the next conversation maybe a little more in depth and ask those type of questions, like, are there any liens though? How much are those solar panels? How much they owe on that? How, I mean, tell me the truth. How much repairs are required? What's really their situation? So, I just want to spark the next conversation. These are multiple conversations. You don't want to. You normally don't close on the first conversation. Very rarely you do. I don't think I've done one yet where I close on the first conversation. So, but yeah. So, I highly recommend you guys create some type of document, credibility packet. Set that. Build some rapport on the first call. Spark an interest. The way I sparked that interest was I would pay what their asking price is, and I would pay their commissions. And then I kind of like press that pain point. It's been on that it's been on the market a while. I target properties that's been on the market a while. Um, yep. So the HOA. Yep. Those are questions I would ask on the second phone call. Uh, and a lot of times you could find that out on the Zillow link or on the prop stream if there's a HOA as well. As a newer, oops, what happened to it? As a newer investor, what do you recommend as using for a credibility package? I know Pace offers us a substitute his to be customized. So yeah, I would say use, have any, right, for sure. You know, um, but you can always tailor that one as well to add your spin to it. So I mean, yes, he has a lot of credibility, but there may be times like, so what about you though? Is he buying this property or are you buying the property? So um maybe have a combination of both. So I can do let me I know we're getting off topic here but I kind of want to show you, since you're asking good questions, I want to kind of help you out while we're on. Let me share my screen and I'll show you my credibility packet. Entire screen. Good question. Yeah. How much do they owe on the panels? Yeah. So that's again, that'll be another topic we would, another discussion for the second call. But yes, you definitely want to know, obviously, how much they owe, and if it's assumable, right? Can you assume it? Can can we actually subject to that the panels as well? Okay, so hey, Rich, are you on still? Give me a thumbs up if you're still on. I can't tell on my through this platform like who's actually in and who's not. It just shows me there's 3 viewers. That's really it. So I'll just go ahead and continue on anyway. So this is my credibility packet. Um, so I actually used somebody else's before. Somebody graciously allowed me to use hers, and I just made it more tailored to me. So, but I put my information in here. Obviously, definitely put your Instagram. I don't know if you guys have your social media packet. I'm such a packet. Getting two things combined here. If you don't, if you have your social media platform up and running, I definitely would create a Instagram account. Start posting everything what you're doing. Cool thing about Instagram, I'll go more into it, but post something on Instagram and also post at the same time through your Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter or whatever. So really only needs one post and it'll go to 4 or 5 Instagram. So and that's kind of like business right? Nowadays. People are gonna follow you on Instagram, see what you're doing. Right, it has all my information in there. Uh, Through Instagram, they have links to my Facebook, my LinkedIn account, and my 2 Facebook accounts. Which is the one's a business, one's my personal, my LinkedIn, my YouTube channel, all that stuff. So Instagram is amazing. So but anyway, so in here, just put who you are, what your company is about. I'm not going to go through this whole thing. Just a little bit about yourself, your background. People want to know who you are. You know, so if you're religious, say you're religious. If you like sports, put in you like sports, whatever. They want to know something about you and maybe some hobbies, what you did if you were prior military. That I think that's great to put in there. When people read that, they feel that you're more, trustworthy in theory, right? If you're military, so I highlight that in here. If you're married, put that in there. If you got kids, you know, I highlighted. This is an old credibility packet, but I highlighted. I was a facility manager, while I was in the military, and I was in charge of 51 buildings worth X amount of dollars. So work with contractors. So it shows that it's very similar to what I do now. I was a project manager. So put some pictures of your family in here. If you're military, I'll maybe put an old picture of you while you're in the military. Just shows proof that you were military. Number one, I get a lot of good feedback on that. Are solar panels a positive or negative in real estate as investment properties? Um, well, um, hmm, it could be a good thing because it'll lower the electric bill, obviously, for the tenants maybe. But then it's another thing to break. A lot of times these solar panels they put liens on your property, right? And people don't realize that they'll put a lien on your property. So if you don't pay your solar panels, they can foreclose on you. So that'll be a big negative, I believe. Thank you. Appreciate that. We'll finish it up in a second. I just want to go over the comments here. Can you explain new core agent? So I'm a realtor. I am just an investor. So I was thinking about becoming a realtor, but I don't need to do that. Um, and I have rockstar realtors that help me out, give me information. So plus I don't have to, if I'm a realtor, I got to disclose that, and I just don't want to muddy the water. So thanks the panels. I mean, honestly, depends on the area. So like in Hawaii, there's really, I can't remember a property that doesn't have solar panels in Hawaii. You know, maybe if you're in, like Arkansas, like maybe one or two houses in the neighborhood has solar panels, and you get a lot of bad feedback on it. You know, but for me, I haven't paid an electric bill in 2 years. I got solar panels in my house. I know the value because I had solar panels in Hawaii. I haven't had one electric bill in like 2 years, 2+ years. So for me, there's long term. I think it's better. If you're more environment friendly, then obviously solar panels are great. I don't think they look ugly. Some do. Just really your, what you think. Yes. So anyway, going back to my packet education. So I highlight, that's like 8,200, other investors in that group. You know, this is an old packet, so and then I just put down a list of people that I've learned from. I got Pace in here, Robin Thompson, Larry Harbolt, Brad Mikado. So so obviously everybody knows Pace for the most part. Robin, she's call her Queen of Rehab. She was one of the first courses back when I started. A big creative financing investor um, out in Tampa, Florida. He's friends with Ron LeGrand, all those guys. They're really, really clicky group. Brad Mikado, big short-term rental coach, and um, he actually builds a lot of Airbnbs as well and sells them out in Branson. Private lending in his business, you need private lending. He's a good coach for that. Land trust, short sales. David's amazing short sales. Maybe a lot of money. This guy right here, attorney slash investor, another big investor out of Arizona. Big student housing coach. She doesn't coach anymore, but does bit. I mean, she has probably close to 100 properties probably by now. Student housing out in Springfield, Missouri. But put in here about you're part of the RIA, and then I have something about my professional team. Put something about my title company. Who I use, my primary use, my attorney. That's again, these are part of your team. Contractors, if you have any contractors, and then not really, you don't put your contractor names, but what do you look for in a contractor? Licensed, bonded, insured, right? I want people to know that if I'm hiring a contractor, I'm looking for this. Look for reputable contractors. And then I just put this is kind of something I added, community involvement, with my company, how my company helps out the community locally. So I sponsor a race car team here. Donate to different military events. Giving dinner for 3 days last year. I was one of the coordinators for that. I put that in there. And then I recently just sponsored a local high school dance team. That was cool. And then now this is the meat and potatoes, right? Like, this is what people will really want to know is what is my model? Like what kind of service can I provide them? So buying properties, ideal evaluation of a property, how do I know it's a good deal, right? A lot of people, they complain like, why is it such a lowball offer? There's a reason for it, right? There's a calculated, there's a formula that we use to see if it's a good deal or not. We call it the Mayo formula, right? For a cash deal. So I put that in there. So when I give a cash offer deal, I'm like, I sent you my credibility packet. In there is a formula. And we got to make sure that, we got to account for, market fluctuations, rehab costs, things like that. Still, we're here to make profit at the end of the day. So in order for us to be protected and make profit at the end, so we can continue doing it, we have to, give you these type of, you call it lowball offer, we call it, Mio offer. And then this is something I added recently. So creative financing deals, you know, this is the kind of a big thing on there. What is it about? Just kind of cliff notes of it. The packet the addendum to this packet is more like detailed and with examples. This is just a standard credibility packet because I don't want to send all a very very detailed packet to everybody. It just don't. Most people are not going to read through 30 pages of information. You want to know the basics for you on a regular credibility packet. So I added this in here, working with realtors. So the value of that, and obviously you guys kind of heard it on the calls, expired listings, maybe they're in pre-foreclosure, they need help with a short sale. So I put that in here. So again, expired listings, how can I help realtors? Expired listings. How can I help with short sales? Talks about short sales. And then again, what builds credibility is actually doing in-person deals, right? So these are properties we purchased recently on creative financing or short sale. This is a subject to deal right here. This is actually my first one. This is my first subject to deal back in 2019. Look at that. It's a beautiful house. This was my first seller financing deal. This is amazing. So, this is a probate deal where I negotiate down to purchase price of $45,000. At the time, this was very basic house. Didn't have driveway. I fully remodeled this house. So they wanted 45,000. They just want to be done with it. The owner died. There's a garage right here. He died in this house. They don't want nothing to do with it. They just want to get the money, be done with it. It was like three different heirs. And so I remember Randy always told me, my old mentor, he's like, just put an offer out there, be creative. So what I said was, okay, I just started this business. So I didn't have I had money, but I didn't really want to spend all of it. It's a huge entry cost, to buy that and then have to rehab it. So what I asked is, can I pay that $45,000 in 6 months? I'll pay your 45,000, but can I pay it in 6 months? And the seller said yes. He said, that's fine. And they said, why? They said, well, I just, it's going to save me money, because I got to rehab it. If I get hard money on it, I have to pay, hard money costs and all that stuff. So he said, yeah, sure, why not? So that saved me $45,000. All I had to do is the rehab. Huge. Just by asking that question. Amazing. I can't believe it. This was a subject to deal. We wrapped this one. Another subject to deal. This is a subject to deal that we did. Have you guys noticed they all look very similar? They're all like nice houses, brick homes, right? Subject to deal. Subject to deal. because like I said, when I'm buying these subject to properties, I'm looking to wrap it. I want to be able to rent it right away. I want to make sure they're good houses and in good neighborhoods. So and then these are some short sales I've negotiated and bought. Short sale. Yeah, I wholesale this one. I wholesale this deal. Wholesale that deal. This deal. Double close on this. Made $45,000 in this deal here. I just negotiating a short sale, and I sold it to another investor without doing a rehab on it. 45,000. Short sale. Short sale. Novation agreement. That was a cool one. Short sale. So can't put all the properties in here, but yeah. So I would definitely put your properties if you have some in there. And then funding investment properties, I just want to know that, certain way, different ways, go conventional bank loans, hard money lenders, private money lenders, creative financing. So that's basically it. Simple credibility packet, man. Easy peasy. At market rate deals, if purchase only because subject to a low rate. If market goes back to under 4% deals, nothing special. At market rate deals, if purchase only because sub to or seller finance at low rate. I don't think I understand that first part of that question, Rich. Yeah, I'll just do it real quick because I want to get a couple more calls here. Yeah, so basically a short sale is you owe more than the house is worth. Okay. Um, and then the bank is willing to take a short payoff of the debt. That's what the short sale is. It's a short payoff of the debt. So say the house market value, perfect condition is $100,000, but the appraisal is so short sales payoff are determined by appraisals. Say the appraisal is at $70,000 because of repairs. The bank will take a certain percentage of that appraised value to pay off that debt. Okay. And the good thing for sellers that do short sales, it obviously prevents foreclosure. The deficiency is forgiven. So in a foreclosure, deficiency is not forgiven. So they can actually technically, well, they do it probably not, but technically they can come after you as a for that deficiency that you owe them. They can go after your your pay, things like that. So will they do that? Probably not. But why would you take that risk? You might as well just try to do a short sale. And then a lot of times, depending on I don't think USD loans do it, but we still pay on the buyer side, or yeah, on the buyer side we still pay them, um, but the other loans they'll actually give them relocation assistance funds. Some some private conventional loans, the private depending on the private lender, but lender will potentially give them $10,000 at closing. You know, almost like a cash for keys in a way. FHA will give them 3,000. VA loans will give them like $1,500 at closing. So it kind of gives an incentive. They call it relocation assistance funds. They give them an incentive to do a short sale. When a foreclosure, they don't get anything. Plus, they hurt their credit. So, but for me, I'll negotiate the deal, and then my company buys it. or I can wholesale as well. Whereas you paid full price because terms are good. Are similar because market goes back to old rates. Whereas you paid full price because terms are good. The terms are similar. Whereas you paid full price because terms are good. I think I know what you're saying, but whereas you paid full price because terms are good. I must be dumb. I'm sorry, Rich. I just don't understand it, man. I'm sorry. That's the bad thing about this platform. That I can't bring somebody in and talk. I think I can actually, but oh, okay, okay. So that I gotcha. Okay, so I can answer this one. So why are these deals good to buy if sort of overpaying? Yeah. So here's the thing. These are a long-term play, right? These are my retirement properties. So, what do I care about the purchase price if I'm cash flowing $400, $500 a month, especially if it's like principal only payment to the seller? How fast is that pay down? Appreciation, depreciation. You know, am I willing to overpay? Absolutely. I mean, as long as it makes sense, I'm not gonna. If the house is worth 200,000, I'm not gonna pay 400,000 probably. But if it's like 230, maybe. If I'm cash flowing really good, just you gotta run your numbers. And what is my payback? I mean, is it interest only, or I'm sorry, is it principal only? You know, so that's just a strategy that we use to get the seller to not charge interest. We can front load the interest on the purchase side, so that way we'll say say they want 200,000. I'll say what if we pay like 220, 230, but then you don't charge me interest, just principal only payment, low down payment, principal only, and then maybe I can cash for $400 or $500 a month. Am I willing to pay over market value? Sure, man, because I'm buying the cash flow. I'm not buying the property. I'm buying it for the cash flow. What terms are good in the past? I don't understand that. But terms were good in the past and will probably eventually go back down. I think that's what I'm just missing there. All right. Well, I get back on these calls here. Those are great questions, Rich, man. I love these questions, by the way, bro. Actual rates for 2-3% property price. Yeah, definitely, for sure, absolutely. So guess what? When the market changes, when the market value drops, people that bought over asking 15-20% in some markets, now they're going to be underwater, unfortunately. I believe so. Yes. So what I do, like I said, is before I call the agent, I'll have PropStream and I'll have Zillow open. Richard asks, "What?" Oops. So Richard asks, "What is the difference between the info you get from PropStream and Zillow? Are you in a subscription with them?" So I'm in a subscription with PropStream and Zillow. I just want to really just want to validate the information from PropStream. And yeah, basically that's really what it is. Na, 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 na. Na, 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 na. So he got a fifth. So it's a 15-year, 100,000. Jason.
Hello, this.
Hey, how you doing, Jason? This is Arnie Newton.
How you doing?
Good, sir. So I was looking at a listing on Zillow. I believe you're the listing agent on it. 8895 White Ibis Way.
Yes.
Okay, is that already under contract or sold already?
It is not.
Okay, cool. Awesome. Okay. So definitely looking to buy a property. I'm actually based out of Arkansas, and I definitely want to buy an investment property out there. Um, just because I want to. It's a beautiful area. Um, I did 20 years Air Force. I know there's a military base out there.
I
So
did 20 years Navy. There's
oh,
7
sweet.
of them actually.
Yeah. Was it Herbert and Eglin, right, for Air Force out
Okay,
there?
so Air Force, Herbert, Eglin, and they have a couple of satellite depots out here.
Oh, cool.
Navy, we've got Whitingfield, we've got Pensacola, we've got the hospital, we've got the intelligence depot. It's actually the largest aviation training command in the world.
Wow. So you're saying that's good tenants, huh, out there?
It can be, and I'll speak about, veteran to veteran, and I'll tell you this: I invest in a ton of real estate, even right now.
Okay.
If given a different circumstance, this would be a property I would look at for an investment, especially at the price he wanted to list it at, which is the price it's at.
Let's partner on it. Let's partner on this thing.
What's that?
Let's partner on it.
Well, the problem is that I'm doing it. Well, one,
you're an agent. Yeah.
I'm not, my financial picture, because of where the rates are, I don't think we could do a partnership on it, even if I wanted to. More so because of the way I would have to stagger some of my books to do it. It just, right now it's not feasible, but we set my books up in such a way as the rates were rising to reposition a lot of my stocks. So, but no, in something like this, the complex, the amenities, you've got quick access to one or both. But even then, I mean, I know you can't really do short-term rentals, but a lot of people have asked about doing that just because
it's HOA, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. And, you're so close to the beach, but it's like, you know what? You're going to get long-term renters in the grand scheme of things anyway.
Right. Well, that's kind of a good segue. We kind of talked about it a little bit, but so I don't buy properties conventionally. I buy, I would say 99% of my properties I buy on creative finance.
On which one?
On creative finance.
Okay.
So I don't know. Do you buy properties on creative finance as well? I'm hoping you do.
I don't personally, only because I've seen a lot of ins and outs in the market, and frankly, really what ends up happening is you get burned on one side or the other. I know a lot of people who've tried it. I haven't seen a deal go through where it was strictly creative financing and they were able to make it work. Because a lot of times there's other background stuff I don't know. Oh,
I do it all the time. I'm gonna send you my I think, what's your email, by the way? Is it jason@jasonrpanos.com?
Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna send you my credibility packet. It has all the properties, obviously about my company, but products we bought on subject to and creative financing, seller financing. And I created a addendum to it where it talks about creative financing in general with examples and kind of like the seller situations for the sub two deals I've done. So I do it all the time. I do a lot of VA loans, to be honest with you, because a lot of you don't understand how it is. They buy VA loans, they PCS 2-3 years. They don't want to be landlords. They just want to be done with it. So a lot of my sub two deals here in Arkansas, around Jacksonville, around the Air Force Base here, are from military. So I do. Yeah, and we use a title company here. Just as you have to have a title company, and actually our title company teaches subject to and land trust, believe it or not. So, but yeah, if you want, just add me on Instagram. It has a lot of my deals in there. It has a lot of videos of just deals that I do. But the reason why I was calling you, Jason, is obviously I do a lot of marketing. I just want to be upfront and honest with you, transparent here. So majority of my deals pre-pandemic, because pre-pandemic were expired listings. Okay, there's definitely a buyer's market, obviously before that, right? So now I see it going back in that trending back to that position or that market. So what I like to do is I want to build relationships with realtors. So we're basically a backup plan, right? So if a property is going to expire and the sellers are, don't need, maybe they don't necessarily need the money, or maybe they are distressed, and they have no offers, or just, lowball offers. We can pay asking price, and we actually pay your commissions on separately, so that way they get more of their equity. We just have to, structure the deal as a creative financing. So either a subject to, so I know he has I'm looking on PropStream, which is what most investors use, and it looks like he does have a mortgage on it. So what we would probably do is, in this deal, we would take over the payments on the mortgage and then set up some type of seller financing on the equity side.
Okay.
So basically that's it. It's that simple, it's just, that is a seller, and honestly, most, seasoned landlords, that, investors, they kind of understand the basics of seller financing. So they're more open to it. It's just, what their motivation is, So I know it's been on.
And to be honest, on something like this, they wouldn't. I guarantee this seller would not do a seller's finance.
Okay. Do you know why?
It would not work for them.
Okay. Is it because? I mean, why would you?
Well, because again, they don't. If they have to offload, they're trying to offload the property. Clearly, I mean, obviously, we don't want to go into the whole thing about the transfer of the deed, and the basically them having to turn around and say, oh great, if their mortgage does a call on the note, which is also a problem. But the issue is there, it's it's a situation where the parents and the son is selling it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for the due on sale, that's, we either refinance it, resell it. What we've done before is we'll deed it back to the homeowner and then set up a lease option or land contract at the same time. So those are objections that we plan for. Do they call it? Majority of the time they won't. But if they do, we have ways to solve that. And in the packet, it'll talk about that in there.
Okay.
So like I said, for you, it's a benefit because you get your full commission. For them, they get their asking price. And we can close within 30 days.
I mean, I can address it with them and see if that's even an option that they want to consider.
So what I'll do, Jason, if that's okay, so I'll send. Normally, what I do is I'll send an LOI. With the packet, and that creative packet I create for sellers and realtors, so that we can review, about creative financing, some certain examples that we've done, and then obviously the offer as well. So obviously we don't know the exact mortgage, but it'll be basically this, just a general offer. And then the next conversation we can go in more details if they're more interested in it.
Okay, like I said, I'll go over it with them. I don't know that a seller option or a seller finance option is going to be the prudent way of going about it, but I'll present it to them.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's all we can ask, right? Like I said, if it does expire, yeah.
Clearly, what you're, obviously looking at what your LOI is and what your intent is to do, and the accomplishment of it would obviously be the. I'd have to look over, obviously the details, because obviously the fine print probably matters more than just the asking price.
What do you mean by that?
I've seen a lot of them where you'll see an LOI where it changes a lot of the fees and the fee structure, or what the plan is, or you're doing a seller financed for a 20-year term, getting a 40-year note or something of it. Like there's something always odd in them. So I always say the fine print is usually what I look at first.
Well, number one, you got to make sure, this is normally how it works, right? So normally we just got to make sure the seller is open to it, right? So what we do is they determine, once they're open to it, they're okay, this sounds like a great idea, right? We get full asking price, but they're going to want obviously a certain payback, or they want a certain term that they want. They're the bank, so they determine that, right? What kind of down payment on the equity? Do they want interest? Do they? Say most of these terms are amortized, right? So they may not want to go 30, 40 years. That's fine. We'll stretch for a 40-year term with a certain balloon that they want. It could be a 10-year balloon, it could be a 5-year balloon, whatever. So the biggest thing is for us as investment, like I said, we're buying it as an investment property. We want a cash flow, right? So we got to make sure our payment to them is low enough where we can, cash flow a certain amount, right? Every time. And then they get, either paid off on a balloon, they're actually making way more money than 305 if they charge interest. Like I said, we're absolutely willing to pay interest. If we just got to structure that term out, where a payment that we can actually, that makes sense for both of us.
Sure.
It's really that simple. We do it all the time. It's really up to the seller. So, I mean, and like I said, I like to, work with a realtor because this is a great tool for you guys. Obviously you guys can try to sell traditionally, but if it gets to a point where say it's a 90-day listing and you're at 80 days in, and you're like, oh my gosh, I'm about to lose this. I'm about to lose this deal. Seller might be stressed out. This is just an opportunity, right? This is a backup offer, but it's a backup offer that actually solves or actually makes way more money.
All right, like I said, I can. The only thing I can do is present it to him. Like I said, I know based on their situation that, I mean, unless, and again, you said it your best, you have to get the payment low enough so you can cash flow on it.
Yep.
Unless their maximum cash flow, it wouldn't work for them.
What's the rental for that area?
I'd have to go to our property manager and look up what the rental rates are.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, just what I'll do is I'll just submit an LOI to you guys.
In that unit, you're probably somewhere between 18 and 2,200 is my guess.
Okay. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah. Yeah, that's good because I know his mortgage right now is probably around. Pulling it up real quick. So his mortgage, just the PI, is about $1,100 a month right now. So we have to structure some type of payment. If you're saying it's 22, we like to at least have $200-300 cash flow every month after net after vacancies and all that. So we'd have to structure some type, just a rough, $500 a month, and then whatever down payment that they feel excited about in the term length. So that's a different conversation. We never do it. I've never had one, creative financing deal on the first call. This is 3 or 4 or 5 different calls.
Sure.
I'm just planting the seed. You don't know me. I don't know you. That's why I want to send you my credibility packet. And then, we'll make do another conversation after you present it to them. If not, that's okay. But maybe at a later date, they may change their mind.
Sure.
So it's just another opportunity. Like I said, I like working with realtors because I know what's going to happen eventually. There's going to be 1 or 2 listings that are going to expire. And then guess what? The investors are going to go out there. They're going to go direct to seller, structure the deal, and then the realtor, they'll get paid for it. I'd rather pay you because I want to, I want you to give me leads in the future. Like, hey, I got this deal. It's going to expire. Is there anything you could do with it?
Sure.
Instead of expiring. That's the worst thing. So for a seller and you, obviously, but anyways, yeah. Gracie, it was great talking to you though, man. I'll go ahead. I got your email. I'll send you the LI with my information packet and all that. And then, maybe touch base, 3-4 days later.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Let me know.
Yeah. And thanks for your service too, man. My dad was, he did 26 years Navy himself. He's an old timer. He used to work on the USS Kitty Hawk back in San Diego. So,
okay. I was a P3 pilot.
Oh, cool. Very cool. So he probably, when did you retire?
I retired in 2016.
Okay. So relatively new. So yeah, I think that was already decommissioned like back in the 80s, huh? 90s. Yeah. So anyways, yeah. So yeah, I'm a Navy brat myself, so I understand. I learned on Navy terms. Like my dad used to say, you're lower than whale shit. I'm like, that's fucked up, man. So
I agree.
that's funny. But all right, man. Well, hey, good talk to you, Jason. I'll send that to you shortly, okay? Probably later this afternoon. All right, sir. Take care. Enjoy your day.
Bye.
Bye. Hey, do you see what we did there, Rich? He was trying to mirror and match. He was trying to, he was trying to give me things, like trying to. He talked about like due on sale or whatever. Like these are objections I already know. I know how to answer these. Right? I'm countering his objection. So he said something about due on sale. So I countered the objection with, this is how we would do it. This is a normal thing. right? He said that I don't think the sellers would be interested. I was like, why would the seller be interested on a full price offer and then you get paid full commission? Explain to me why he would not be interested in that. That was a good call though. That was a good call, and for other investors to listen and learn from. So I wanted to press that point is if it does expire, he's not getting paid. I'm a backup offer, but I know it's been on the market for 82 days. That's why I said, say the listing for 90 days and it's an 80 day mark, there's no offers, what are you going to do? When you do the agent outreach, do you see what mortgage balance is and the rate? Yes, through PropStream. Yeah, I mean, it's not like I said, I'm not trying to one up him, but I'm trying to let him know that we've already thought of these objections already. You know, every realtor says, I don't think they're interested. Like, you didn't present the offer yet. So how do you know that they're not interested? So, when I send the offer sheet, I force their hand. Once again, great call. Smooth, incredible. He can become your unicorn agent, feeding you leads. See, yeah, I did you notice I said that at the very end is like, this is a great tool for you. There's gonna be times when properties will expire, right? I'm letting them know that the market is changing that way. And if you have a property like that, you come to an investor like myself and say, hey man, this is about to fall through or it's gonna expire. Is there anything you can do with it? And he gets paid. You know what I mean? So I want him to know that. Especially one complete so many real estate people can't wrap their heads around. Yeah. So he's talking about these little things like things change. I just let him talk. There's no reason to like argue that right now because we don't know each other, right? He's just kind of testing me. I'm testing him as well, right? Um, but that's why it's important to send that credibility packet, information packet, in an offer. Show that you are serious. He said that he doesn't know anybody that done a creative financing deal. There's a credibility packet. It solves that. It's like these are properties I've done creative financing on. So these are just objections that I just counter. I just counter these objections, man, one after the other. Why wouldn't you want to do that, man? This is your responsibility is with the seller. You're supposed you made a commitment to him saying that you're going to get that property sold. I mean, will a seller probably do it? I don't know. Chances are they probably won't, but you got to at least present that offer to them. Yeah, change the image with professional. Yeah, definitely. I try not to talk over him. And I try to counter his. You can tell he's very educated. He knows what he's talking about, right? But I challenge him with what I know what I'm talking about too. I mean, the best credibility is actually doing deals, actually doing it. He said that it's never been. He doesn't know anybody that's done it. Well, that was a good call though. That was a fun call. I love that call. So, for you, whoever's listening, I would definitely say, make sure you make these calls. Okay. I guarantee you a new investor would screw that call up. There's things that I've made mistakes on this call actually as well, you know. But imagine a brand new investor talking to that person, trying to negotiate a creative financing deal or talk about creative financing deal. That investor probably would have got tripped up, more than likely. So, um, but as you do these calls, you start taking notes, right? Because nobody likes, you know, being called out on something, or nobody likes that, right? Um, or nobody likes not knowing how to answer something. So the best way to do it is make the mistakes. You take notes, right? Because people don't want to make the same mistake twice normally, obviously. So they take notes on it. Okay, this is an objection from this guy. He talked about this. He talked about due on sale. He's talking about sellers. You know sellers wouldn't want to do this, right? Those kind of objections. Write those objections down, and then on the next call, practice that. It's like if a seller or a realtor asks this question, this is how I'm gonna counter it. This is why I made a credibility packet and the addendum. This is why I created an LOI email, an offer sheet to counter them. Like, so I know as realtors, you have to submit an offer. You have to do it. You're obligated to do that. You have to send, the offers to your clients. Whether it's good or bad, you have to present it. So no matter what, I'm going to send them some type of offer, and I want them to either reject it or accept it. But I want to, as you look at it, because I know at a later date, when there's a lot more pain on the 11th hour, they remember that offer that I sent them. They're like, "Hey, man, can we go back to that one offer? I want to just explain a little better now." If that makes sense. But you got to make these calls. You have to make these calls. You got to practice. What are the 3 objections you hear most, and what are your responses? Here, let me show you. So this is a addendum for this addendum to a credibility packet for self. Why is it not? Okay, so this is my addendum to my credibility packet. So it talks about creative financing, what is subject to. Here's an example of seller situation with no equity. I just created this example from properties I've done and talked to other coaches, paces stories. I made an example of like a situation, and then in the situation, and this would be an offer I would submit. So they can look back and say, "Oh, this is similar. This story is similar to mine, and this is a type of offer." Okay, and so they may not understand like these 2 of these things here, so they'll take notes, and then give me a call in the next, or contact me on the next call, and I explain that to them in more detail, right? What is seller financing? I have Pace's Ford F-150 story in here. Talks about seller financing, a situation for seller financing, like a free and clear property. What would that look like? Again, I want to see if it connects it with the seller, if it's similar, and then a type of offer that would be for seller financing. Here's a hybrid example. It talks about what is a hybrid. So it talks about that. A situation where a hybrid would make sense. Again, I'm trying to relate with that seller or that realtor This is how would structure a hybrid deal. Just examples. And here's the part where I created a real estate investors credibility pack section. Sorry. So this is kind of like in Pace's world, it's kind of scorched earth, right? So this is what I put. It's funny actually. So I put, unfortunately, there are so-called investors in our industry that may offer a creative financing solution, but have never completed one creative finance deal in their life. You need a reputable investor that has the experience and financial backing to complete creative financing deals. There is no such thing as a perfect real estate scenario. If you're a full-time real estate investor like myself, you will eventually have a non-paying tenant, a HVAC unit failing, plumbing leaks, roof damage, housing market fluctuations, etc. These are accepted risks of an investor. An experienced investor should be calculating these potential issues into the deal by either keeping money in reserves every month or have a bank institution or private lender willing and able to lend anytime in the event of emergency. So what I'm saying is I'm letting them know that, number one, I'm a full-time investor, and yes, there will be problems. That's just part of the business. Okay. But I have a solution for that. I have private money lenders, I have banking institutions that can lend me money in case that happens. I have money in reserves in case something like that happens. Furthermore, it is the investor's ethical and moral responsibility to protect the seller by communicating the benefits and risks of a creative financing deal. So I'm upfront and honest in the very beginning, saying that yes, there will be risks in this. It's not all good, but we can, if there's an issue though, we have things to mitigate those risks or solve those problems. But there's, no matter what, there's going to be risks. They need to understand that it's our responsibility to let them know that. Yes, the investor's goal is to make a profit, and sometimes the profits may be large. But the problem with the many investors nowadays are they are too greedy and don't look for a win-win for all parties. Give me 1 second, my wife's calling. Sorry about that, guys. When you have the commander calling, you got to answer it. Happy wife, happy life. Trying to decide what we're going to eat tonight. So, anyways, so yeah, so it's our responsibility to make sure we let the sellers know the benefits and the risks of a creative financing deal. Okay. Yes, the investor's goal is to make profit, and sometimes the profits may be large, but the problem with many investors nowadays are they're too greedy. Okay, so what I want to highlight there is, I want them to know that we can make a lot of money on these deals. When they look at the HUD, especially on a wholesale deal, they may see like a $40,000 profit. But at the end of the day, we solve their problem, right? There may be times where the profits are too big that you may want to double close on it, but I want them to know that we're here to make money. That's our job, but we can still make money and still have a win-win for all parties, either it being solving a problem, preventing a foreclosure, maybe put some money in their pocket, or a combination of both, right? So it is the investor's responsibility to ensure all agreements in the contract between the seller and investors are executed, obviously. Finally, a reputable and experienced investor should have a team of professionals around them to ensure a transaction is completed correctly. This team should consist of a title company, attorneys, realtors, property management, banking institution, private money lenders, other investors, and licensed contractors. If an investor doesn't have this mandatory team in place, they should not be trusted to complete any creative financing deal. That's an absolute true statement. If you don't have a team in place, if you don't have reserves, you don't have access to money, you shouldn't be doing a creative financing deal as a buy and hold. You can structure it and wholesale it, but you're promising that you're going to take care of this seller. If you don't make a payment, it hurts their credit. Right? On a subject to deal, you're taking over the payments, the note and mortgage stays in the homeowner's name. It is your absolute responsibility, your fiduciary responsibility is to make sure everything in that contract is executed. So I say this, I put this in here because I want this realtors or sellers to see that. And to me, it builds rapport. Because I put everything in the front. If you don't want to do a deal, I get it, But if you're going to do a deal, I want you to know that I know what could happen, the good and the bad. And I have ways to solve, problems. Because problems happen all the time. All the time. So I'm sorry, JP. I don't know if you're even still on. But to answer his questions, the 3 objections, there's actually like 5 or 6 main objections. The first one is I'm open to creative financing on a current property, but I'm looking to buy another property in the next year. My new loan officer informed me I have to pay off my current mortgage because it will affect my DTI negatively and prevent me from qualifying for a new loan. So that happens. So that's all that takes is a some people call it a DTI declaration, but at the end of the day, it means getting with the underwriters of the new loan, right, and basically letting them know that you're paying the mortgage, or you're having a service company pay the mortgage, and that should be counted as income, not debt. Okay, so they call it there's a certain seasoning period, so it depends on the lender, type of loan, and all that, but it's it could be 3-4 months of payments. They'll take 75% off, right? It just depends on the lender. Typically after a year of payments, they count 100% off and of the debt, and now it's called considered 100% income. So that would help your DTI. So that's just one call to underwriters. That's it. That's simple. What is subject to, and is it illegal? Well, number one, disclosure, I'm not an attorney, so I highly recommend that you talk to your own real estate attorney in your area and verify that. But that being said, so this is a settlement statement, a HUD 1, right? This is a federal document. Line 203, this is a settlement statement, kind of like an ALTA, right? So line 203 and 503, it says existing loans taken subject to. Subject to has been happening for over 100 years. It's just not a normal transaction. It's only done by like, high level, investors. It's kind of more common now because a lot more people are teaching it. But if this was illegal, why would why would they put this on a federal document, right? Just saying. Okay. Another how to counter that objection is we use a title company when we do a subject to because we got to take over get the deed, right? You got to have a title company, So underwriters with their attorneys, they review these documents, the process. If it was illegal, title companies wouldn't be doing it. Pinnacle Title, we just had this title company create a class for subject to and land trust because my old partner does a lot of these deals with them, right? There's a lot of subject to deals through this title company. So they actually taught a subject to class and land trust class to other investors in the area. They taught it. It was legal. Why would they even teach that? A licensed title company had been, doing millions and millions of dollars worth of transactions. So that's a big one. That's how I would solve the objection for is it illegal? Due on sale. Here's a big one, right? Kind of heard it on the last call. So yes, it can happen. Will it happen? Probably not, right? All the banks care about is getting a payment every month, right? But maybe smaller banks, they'll call it. Okay, if that happens, number one, there's prevention. We put the properties in a land trust, right? So it doesn't trigger that, right? But if they do call it, we got a couple options here. We can sell the property, we can refinance. Okay. You can deed the property back to seller and then create a lease option agreement with the lease payment being equal to the mortgage payment. There's a lot of different ways to do it, but we have ways to solve that problem. And this is why I create this document. So when they see it, they're like, oh, this guy already knows about it. And this is his plan. Okay, cool. I feel a little better about that. How will I know the mortgage will get paid on time? We either can set up a third-party servicing company, right? Or if you don't do that, you can pay. What I did before is you just when you pay it directly from their account, you just send them an email notifying that it's been paid on time. Okay. What happens if you miss a payment? Well, number one, that's bad business, right? I highlight that. It's all about reviews nowadays, right? One bad review, that'll hurt you. And then also we can, some people put like they create a deed in lieu or a quick claim deed pre-signed, held by the servicing company. PACE teaches that. And then, say you don't do that, they can foreclose on you, and they keep the down payment that they received. Any, payments that were made on the prop or on the mortgage, we never get that back. Right. And they just, maybe it was we rehab the property. Right. So now they have a fully remodeled property with the down payment that they kept, all the payments, the pay down, and they could just sell it or they can just redo it, do it with somebody else, make more money. So actually their perceived worst case scenario is actually their best case scenario sometimes. Who's responsible? Here's a big objection. Who's responsible if there are repairs or maintenance needed on the property? Well, on a creative financing deal, we have the deed. Even on a land contract where we don't hold the deed, we still have equitable interest in the property. We're still owners of the property, right? It's like a car, like land trust or like kind of like land trust. Land contracts are like cars. So in land contract, you don't get the deed, right? The deed stays in limbo, right? When the terms of the contract gets fulfilled, that person gets the deed, right? Kind of like a car. When you purchase a car, you don't get the deed or you don't get the title to the car until it's paid off, right? It's held at the the bank or wherever. But you still own the car. You can do whatever you want to the car. Same thing on a land contract. So you're responsible for it. You own it. You own the car. If the alternator goes out, you got to pay for it. The bank doesn't pay for it. You pay for it. On a subject to, the deed gets transferred to you, so you have ownership. So obviously, it's your house. You're responsible for it. If it's a seller financing deal where you get the deed, you own the deed. You're responsible for that. Okay, so that's your to answer that. I don't know if he's still here, but those are my 6 objections. How often do you host these calls, Austin? I appreciate that. Honestly, I do it once in a while. And I think why I don't get a lot of participation is mostly they're done at nighttime. So maybe I should start doing it early in the morning. So maybe I'll start doing that. But I appreciate that. Thank you. Hope you got a lot of good information and helps you out. Hey, Jessica. Yeah, I just texted you last night. What did Charlie say about a creative financing deal on that one? I don't know if she's still on. She's a realtor, amazing realtor. I just saw your friend request. Nice seeing you, your friend, on the Arnie Newton call. Awesome, cool. Yeah, no problem, JP. No problem, brother. Are you you're in Hawaii market? Where are you at? Hey, no worries, Jessica. I'm glad helping you out there. So again, I learned a lot of this from Randy, Jessica. I would say 90% of what I know today is from Randy. So and I'm not perfect, but if we do go back, Jessica, and go to day one, deer in the headlight look on the first day of his 6-week course, I mean, it's so much different. It's like a different person, right? So I highly recommend. I know you're a realtor, but I highly recommend you learn as much from Randy as possible. Charlie, those two they're old as hell, but man, they got so much information, and knowledge. I mean, you should just be a sponge and soak in that information from these two guys. I'm really blessed to have them, consider them as friends, and obviously partners too. But um, you're you're working with a great person, Charlie, and it's cool that you're next door to Randy as well, so you can learn from him. So any deal that he has, man, ask questions. Say, hey, Randy, what's up with this one creative financing deal you did? Explain to me how did that work? How did you structure that? Why would you do this? How come you didn't offer this? How do you do the terms on it? Would this term be better? Ask questions, and that's how you get better. So, and then once you get a couple of deals under your belt, you're going to learn from that and leverage that to more deals. But you're literally sitting on a gold mine of a wealth of information, like to the most amazing real estate professionals in Arkansas. So I'm super excited to see, what your future brings and stuff like that. So, let's lock up some couple subject to deals, for yourself this year. Start with one. There's plenty of properties for everybody. Partner with Randy. He'll help you out through that. And make sure you do it right. So boots on the ground, OKC. Okay, cool. Awesome. Very cool. I got some friends up in OKC. We're going to be discussing about in just a moment. Had a few things we had to take care of. Very cool. Virtual Hawaii. Okay, cool. Virtual. uh, He's so hard to get a hold of. He's always busy. That's a good thing, though, I guess. I'm sure he enjoys my random drop is. Yeah. One thing about Randy, he could be a billionaire and he'll still do these deals, but he still loves doing it. So cool, so cool. All right, I guess we can get maybe let's do one more call, I guess. Maybe one or two more calls. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and just take a quick 2-minute break here. Cash flow cloud or appreciation and B plus. I'm sorry. What is that? What do you mean by cash flow cloud? I don't know that term. Again, I don't know everything, so. Here, I'm going to take a quick 2-minute. I got to do a PP dance over here, so I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Oh, I still got 3 people here. Awesome. All right, so I guess you guys want me to do some more realtor calls. So let's do that. So what I normally do, guys, and what I would do is, structure your week to make these type of calls. So maybe do like, 1 day, 1 or 2 days of like, realtor calls, maybe a couple of days of like, you know, direct to seller leads, foreclosures, maybe some probates, things like that. So that way kind of change it up. Doesn't get as dry. And then, but what I normally do is the day before, just, you know, um, plan into your day to pull a list of leads, right? So you can do it through prop stream. You can go to list source. You can go to county records. And there's a lot of ways you can pull leads. Maybe go on Zillow. If you don't have prop streams, go on Zillow, look for, properties on market, 90 days plus maybe. And it's just start making those calls, plant a seed. If you don't know creative financing 100%, that's okay. So what I would probably do is, get, the basics. You can get the basics from the calls, um, that I did today, right? Just, give them like, have you thought about creative financing? Or maybe do it this way. Say, me and my partner, we do creative financing deals, in your area. Um, just want to plant a seed. Um, can I have my business if the seller's interested in creative financing? Just tell them this. Say, if we pay, tell the realtor this. If we pay your full asking price and pay your commissions, would you be open to something like that? If they say that may be interesting, and I'll bring to my seller, say, hey, great. If you can just do a verbal, and if they're kind of interested, can we set up an appointment with my partner to go over the more specifics of the deal, right? So if you do that, call either me or call investor that has done creative financing deals in the past. Bring them into the deal. JV with them. 50% is better than no percent, right? So, and then you learn from that. And then so I would come in and negotiate the deal, close, and then you learn, and then you get paid for it. And then not only you get money, but you get the value of learning how to do it. What's better, C grade property cash, grade cash, or A purely cash loan, but better? I really don't. I don't know if I can answer that. Because there's investors that will buy in C grade areas, and some people won't even touch anything other if it's not B or A. You know, um, for me, cash flow is king, right? So no matter what, that's never going to change. You can't. You can always guess if it's going to appreciate, but how do you know it's going to appreciate quickly? What if it's a slow appreciation? What doesn't change, Richard, is the cash flow. It's a fixed amount of money that comes in every month. Either it appreciates or it depreciates. If you're still gaining this cash flow, then does it really matter? I don't know. It's really hard to answer that. But for me personally, cash flow is king. So as long as I'm cash flowing, and I know it's going to cash flow even in a down market. 'Cause market goes like this, right? It appreciates, it depreciates, just like it's a sickle. But what doesn't change in that sickle is the cash flow. So make sure that you structure a payment where you always cash flow, no matter what. Does that answer your question? I don't know if you're still on. If I get you the price you want, can you give me the terms I need? Yeah, absolutely. Yep. That's a pace. It's a pace saying right there. Yep. Yep. But and and I know you've been in sub two for a bit, but like I said, you know, new investors that watch this video in the future, because I bet you I'm going to be posting these videos on YouTube and all that. So, and it'll always be on my Facebook. So, but anyways, you know, investors may not know, you know, how to, you know, negotiate the terms, I guess. But, you know, plant a seed, you know, get another conversation with an investor, you know, partner with them, and then learn from it and get paid. So great questions. And by the way, thank you for, you know, making the comments. These are great, great questions and great feedback too, as well. So, you know, I'm learning just like you guys. So I appreciate the feedback. It definitely helps my channel, and but you're also providing value to other people who listen in the future. So thank you for that. And if I miss something, yeah, please, you know, add it on, and I'll put that comment so people can see it. And if you want, I can you know, add you on as well to the stream. All right, so let's make a couple more phone calls, and then we'll call it. All right. See what's next. I always get excited making these calls because you never know. It's kind of like a gamble. Like, you know, what's the next call going to be like? What's a realtor going to be like? Especially if you don't know, especially the first time you call them. But you get more confident knowing, like, no matter what, you know, I have an objection. I know how to solve their objection, should I say? All right, what's next? Okay, so this property is in Navarre, Florida. Um, market days on market is 154 days. So the agent's name is Stephanie. Stephanie. Normally, what I like to do is I'll read description, see if there's anything I can take from that. You know, see if I see any kind of distress, and then obviously, you know, kind of understand, the property value and not property value, the property condition. So they want 440. So they want really close to market value. Look the mortgage information. So they got a 3.4% interest rate. They took a loan for 229. So they got a lot of equity there. Wow. It's crazy how much it appreciated in 2 or 3 years, 2-3 years. It's unreal. Payments 1,000. All right. Let's call old Stephanie, huh? What's her number?
Hello, this is Stephanie.
Hey, Stephanie, how are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good, good. So I was looking on Zillow, and I believe you're a listing agent for a property in Navarre, 6990 Loisburg Street.
Yes.
Okay, is that already under contract or sold?
It is not. It's still available.
Okay. So I'm looking at it. I mean, it's a really beautiful house. Why is it not sold yet? I don't see.
The main feedback I have gotten from those that have is they don't like the colors.
Are you serious?
The first, yeah.
Wow.
I actually bought my house out here on Pensacola Beach in 2016, and it's been on the market for almost 2 years.
What's wrong with that color? I like that color.
Well, the paint color's on the inside.
That's what I'm saying.
So
like my room has my room is baby blue.
Rooms are kind of bright. But
Yeah.
I was getting ready to say, it's like the first time that we got that feedback, my seller actually offered to paint it. So, but we get a lot of people that don't want to take the time to paint it.
Oh, I see the purple. Okay, now never mind. I see the purple and pink.
There's some pink, there's some purple.
It's some flair to it. What's wrong? I don't understand people.
But I imagine he would probably even a credit to go towards paint. Let's talk to last week to go, or just give a paint credit, because people usually like to do their own colors. But I had told him if he was going to paint it, just to paint it white. But it's got a huge backyard. It's in a great location. Just straight down the street is the access to the waterfront amenities.
Yeah, I saw that.
The gym and everything. So no, it's a great house.
Hey, and the cool thing, Stephanie, it has a balance beam in it too.
Their son is competitive. Yeah.
That's a
why we're going
first.
with it,
I've
because
never
I'm
seen
a
one before.
competitive gymnast. Yeah.
Yeah, I've never seen one of those before. That's cool.
And that's where the dining room would normally be.
I
Formal
see.
dining
I
room.
see. I
Yeah.
see. That's funny. That's funny. Hey,
Yeah.
you know, I'm a real estate investor full time. I've seen a lot of weird stuff. I've never seen a balance beam in a house yet. That's the first time.
Yeah,
That's
I
kind of
hadn't
cool.
seen it either. Yeah.
Mental note. So I'm gonna send you my credibility packet, by the way, Stephanie.
Okay.
So I think I got your email. See
The
here.
info@stephanieharrington.com. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Yep. I got it. Yep. I'm gonna send that to you. So here's the thing. So I buy properties different than most people. So I'm a creative financing investor. And the reason why I said I was going to show you my credibility packet, it has a bunch of properties that we bought on creative finance. So the value for that is, you know, we will pay the asking price. So I know it's 440, right, which is right about market value right now if I see it. So it's priced perfectly.
I mean, I felt, I mean, when I pulled ranges, I could have comped it as high as 5.
So here's a
market status.
Well,
yeah.
you want to know something cool about creative financing investors is for us, the purchase price doesn't necessarily matter to us.
Okay.
What matters to us is the cash flow. Excuse me. So I'm based out of Arkansas. So most of my properties are in, you know, good neighborhoods where I cash flow very well because they're, you know, I'm prior Air Force, did 20 years Air Force. So I like to have military tenants in mind that pay on time.
I was going to wonder about the military because of the Hawaii phone number.
Yeah, so I was stationed at Hickam back in 2015. I retired Mass Sergeant Air Force. So
okay.
and we used to buy. Actually, the funny thing is, we actually bought a house over there for 500,000 in 2012, and our goal was to sell it or keep it, you know, for a while. You know, we thought we were going to be stationed there for another 5 or 10 years, and literally got orders a year later, and it was on a VA loan, and it was a buyer's market, so we could not sell it. We could not.
2012 was rough.
It was bad, you know.
That's the year I got out of real estate when I was in the Midwest because I'm originally from Iowa.
Well,
and I weathered the storm until 2012, and at that point, I was doing so many BPOs just to try to live, and I'm like, all right, I'm out.
Those are terrible. I hate doing BPOs. I mean, they're easy, but it's just, you know,
very
it just
time consuming. I would roll out of bed, get my 4 boys off to school, work from 7 a.m. to 2 a.m.
I do a lot, Stephanie. I do a lot of short sales. A lot. I do a lot of negotiating to short sales for my realtor, and so I know BPOs all the time. I know all about BPOs. It's a pain in the butt.
For them right now, and I'm like,
you know why? Because there's a lot of properties underwater right now.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not the main reason, but that's one of the reasons for that. I talk to a lot of short sale, you know, reps, you know, at the bank or the servicing companies. They tell me this information. So, but anyways, so I do, and the reason why I was going to send a credibility packet, like I said earlier, is it has all those properties in there that I bought. So, this would be a perfect scenario. Now, here's the thing. I know he got the loan for 229, so probably it's a good amount paid down already. So he has a lot of equity there, you know. And I'm okay with paying the equity. It would just have to be in some type of, you know, seller financing terms for the equity. And so we pay all your commissions. The seller would not pay your commissions. I would pay your commissions, so that way he gets all the equity on that. So basically how we would structure it, and I'm going to send you LOI, by the way, kind of like a simple offer sheet. Yeah, that way you can kind of see it, and normally I attach my credibility packet, and then I created a document specifically regarding creative financing. I have, you know, to kind of explain what creative financing is, some examples, and then some of the properties we bought on creative financing and how we structured that, and then some videos and things like that. So it's kind of more like an information packet for sellers and realtors, especially if I don't know your experience with them, but, you know, to be honest, a lot of realtors don't have too much experience. It's kind of unique. But it's actually done a lot more on the commercial side, right? So, but anyways, but yeah, so I'm going to send that to you.
I have a lot of experience with it. I mean, just for the fact that the last few years, the interest rate has been incredible. So people are
yeah. You know, it's funny because that's funny you said that. So majority of my sub 2, we call them a type of creative financing is called subject to. You ever heard of that term? Yeah, so basically what that means is, and it'll spell it out in that credibility packet, but basically what it is you're taking over. I'm taking over the mortgage payment. Okay.
Okay, yes, I've heard of that.
Yep. So that's
Not by that term.
yeah. It's I try to keep it as simple as possible. I take over payments, but in the actual term is called subject to. We're taking the mortgage property subject to the existing mortgage. Okay. So this deal, because there's a mortgage on there, what we would do on this deal is we would take over the payments, right? And then whatever equity the seller would basically dictate what type of terms they would want on that equity. Okay, so some type of down payment, normally what they will want, and some type of monthly payment, and then a term length. Okay.
Okay.
So try to keep it as simple as possible. Like I said, that the credibility pack has a bunch of examples in there, but so that's how we would structure, generally, because I don't have the mortgage payoff, mortgage amount, and all that stuff. But for you, it doesn't change for you because you get paid your full commission. Was it 3.6 or is it 2.5?
I'm at 2.5.
Okay. Yeah.
On
So
my side.
yeah. Yep. So you would get the 2.5 commission on this deal.
Okay.
Yep.
So I'll be very interested to look at. Relocated to Sarasota. He works in the school system and assistant principal or something down there.
Okay. So
Wife's wanting to get moved down there. I just don't know what their overall financial situation is. So they want to buy another house. They have 4 children.
Okay. So is it being rented out right now?
No, his wife is still here until the house is sold.
Oh, so okay.
He's also a teacher in the VAR school system.
So he's not even living in there right now.
No, he's out of town. She's here.
How far away is that from that?
Sarasota is about 8 hours.
Oh wow.
Yep.
Is he happy about that, or is he sad about that?
He just left the middle of January, so he's probably getting sadder by the day.
Hey, you never know. Some people are like, "Man, this is the greatest thing ever." Take your time. I'm just being honest, right?
They have 4 young children, so yeah.
Well, he's probably like, "Man, this is great, man. I hope it 2 more years." Yeah.
Yeah.
He probably told you like, don't accept any offers.
He has the key, getting a tan on the weekend.
Yeah, he's probably like, hey, can we extend this listing agreement for 2 more years and don't accept any offers, and I'll give you full commission, dual agent commissions.
He got a little grumpy with me last week. I'm like, I can only do what I can do.
That's hilarious. That's hilarious. Well, okay, well, cool. So what I'll do is I'll go ahead and send you. By the way, it's just gonna be a general offer, just a general terms. And if they're interested in something like this, we can have another conversation. Normally I like to do is having you and the seller on the phone call, and then and the cool thing about the packet is it'll answer a lot of the questions, objections on the front end, and they may have a couple of small little notes or something they may want to ask. And then once we kind of agree on the terms, we can make the deal work. So normally it takes about less than 30 days. The fastest we've done is a week, and the longest maybe 2-3 weeks, depending on the title work.
Okay.
And then we would use a title company, preferably a title company that we choose there that understands the type of creative finance deals we do. But if you have a title company, we would love to talk to them, and as long as they understand it, we're okay with using them.
I'm open with most of the title companies in this area.
Okay, perfect.
Some of them, but I'm not going to find them unless I go to Milton and Pace.
I gotcha.
I don't really care to work with just because they're still pretty old school and they can't keep up with the volume. So
I gotcha. Hey, whatever you guys are comfortable with, right? At the end of the day, we just gotta, educate them if they don't understand it. Most title companies would know, but there's some that maybe need some little bit of instruction on how to do it. And what we could do is I could connect it with my title company here in Arkansas. It's obviously the contract's a little bit different, obviously, but the process, the flow is the same.
Right.
Okay. But yeah, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. The first step is we'll send the LOI out to you guys and see that's something you'd be interested in, and then we can kind of maybe talk terms on the next phone call if they want to do it. And so one last thing, and the reason why I contacted you guys, so I do a lot of marketing for properties that have been on the market for a bit, and the reason why I do that is because most of my creative financing deals pre-pandemic, right, when it was a buyer's market, was expired listings. So I like to, get ahead of it and build relationships with realtors like yourself that, we're a backup offer at the end of the day, right? You guys are going to try to sell it traditionally, but if it comes to a point where it's going to expire, that maybe they're a little more distressed, we can solve that problem, because we're going to offer your asking price and pay your full commissions. We just ask that they do some type of creative financing solution. So
Well, I look forward to receiving your email, and I will review it carefully and get it over to my seller.
awesome. Thank you. Great talking to
All
you.
right, thank you.
All right. Bye-bye.
Yep.
Yeah. Thanks, JP. Appreciate that, brother. Thank you. So what did you guys take from that call? What kind of pain points did you guys see? So, I mean, on front, I'll let you guys know it's 78 days on the market right now, or about 80 days on market. So that's obviously a pain right there, right? But what other pain did they just give me without me asking? So one of the um, pain points that I saw was the wife was still there. She does, all her 4 kids are there. Her husband's not there. Um, she probably, she probably wants her husband to be helping out with the kids or, all that. I don't know what the ages of the kids, but so she's probably definitely elevated stress right there. Right. And then the husband, I kind of made a joke out of it, but he's away from the wife, but he may be happy about that. I don't know. Or maybe he doesn't like it. I don't know. But for the wife is the big stressor, right? So she's probably the one that wants to get this deal done. And right now there's no offers. And I think the only way to get her asking price and paid realtors is some type of creative financing deal. So you never want to negotiate all the terms on the first call. Okay. Because again, she doesn't know me, so and I keep emphasizing it, but I'm going to send her my LOI with my credibility packet and my information packet for realtors. It has everything in there about creative financing, some examples, so that way they can review it and see if they are interested in it. And I want them to jot down questions, but the big objections, like I showed you guys earlier, those are already going to be out in the front and open. So, yep. JP got it. Out of state homeowner. Yep, absolutely. So, very cool. So we'll send that lead out and or LOI out, and hopefully we get something back on that one. That was a good call. All right, let me do one more call, and then we'll be done. I've been on this call for 3.5 hours. Yeah, no worries, Rich. Did you have any questions on that last call? Were you able to listen to the whole thing? What feedback do you have on that one? What is your take on that? One thing too is when I asked her if she knew about creative financing, she said no. So what that also told me was there was no other investors giving her that offer, or if anything, they never explained it well enough to her for her to remember that. So right there was the indicator that I'm the only one submitting that type of offer to her. So just another key insight that I saw or just noticed. So Richard says most of it I was driving on the money. But Pace always says these dead leads, stressed sellers, etc. All listings are our treasure and truly win-win situations for us and the seller. Absolutely. Yep. Yep. Rabbits. Find the bunny. The bunny is the mom is still in the house with the 4 kids, and the dad is out there um, working away from the family. So there's definitely some stress there. So if we can solve this problem where we get them what they would want, the realtor gets what they want because now she can close this deal. Look at her. And for some reason, say we can work out some kind of agreement. It's a great deal for me and the realtor because now guess what? I have passive leads coming in because if she ever has a property in the future that's going to expire, she's going to pitch that to the seller first. That's the bigger picture win. That's what you want. You want passive leads like that. So you got to build the relationships first. All right. So one last one here. And then I have to get off because I got to write these offers. Because now, you got to, call them. Then you got to actually write the offers. But most of my offers are very standard. I just got to do some minor tweaks to it. So this property is 74 days on market. Okay, so this one may be they've owned it for 18 years, almost 19 years. So there's a good chance this is a free and clear property. It doesn't show there's a mortgage on PropStream, but PropStream is not always 100%. But there's a good chance that this is a seller finance deal, which is even better. I like seller finance deals better. All right, well, let's call him up. His name is Steven Colino. Oh, Steven.
Thank you for calling Baycom.com, where real estate has never been so easy. If you're interested in requiring information or learning more about how to work with Baycom, please press 1. If you're a current user and want to speak to our customer services department, press 2. If you are a real estate agent calling about one of our properties, please press 3. And if you want to speak to the property owner, please call 844-799-7886. 844-799. with Baycom, please press 1. If you're a current user and want to speak to our customer
Kevin, Baycom.com. Oh,
Hello, I'm looking for a Stephen Colino.
Stephen Galena, please call the following number. Let me know when ready. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, 773 676 2600.
Okay, and that's Stephen's direct line.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
My pleasure. Hi, this is Steve Colino, and you've reached the Colino Group at Exit Strategy Realty. If you know your party's extension, please enter that now. For a list of extensions, please press 8. If you are a realtor looking to schedule a showing on one of our rental or sales listings, please press 1. To list your home at one of our award-winning flat fee or full-service listing programs, please press 2. If you are a buyer looking to qualify for the purchase of your next home and ready to speak with one of our experienced buyer's agents, please press 3. For all other questions, including corporate, REO, and builder listing services, and for all other general questions, please press 0 for our general mailbox, and somebody will get back to you shortly. As always, you can visit us at illinoisresidential.com or press 9 now to be directly connected to me now. We appreciate you calling the.
This is unreal. No wonder nobody gives any offers. Hey, Stephen, how are you doing?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm looking for the listing agent for a property in Navarre.
Okay, what's the address?
Yeah, the address is, give me a second here, pull it up. Is 1915 Iris Lane.
Okay. 1915 Irish Lane. Okay. So are you an agent or no?
No, I'm just an investor.
Okay. So do you got a pen by chance?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah. So we're a limited service company. So like a for sale by owner. So I'm just going to forward you the seller's information for you to reach out to them directly.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, I do show it's still available. Yeah. So in your case, that should work pretty good. But
Great.
Angel is who you want to call.
Okay.
928 area code.
Yes, sir.
308
Mm-hmm.
6554. I would call or text that number. I've never spoke to the owner. We're an online platform, so I don't.
Oh, great. Okay.
Know anything.
That makes more sense.
But that's the contact information on the MLS for agents and people to reach out to. So
Perfect. Man, I appreciate your time, sir. Thank you very much for that.
all right, you got it. Thanks.
All right. Bye.
Hello, this is Mike.
Yeah, I'm looking for Angel. I was told that this is the owner of 1915 Iris Lane.
I am the contractor who did the work on the house. My name's Mike, and I'm kind of friends with Angel. He lives in Tampa, so he's kind of asked me to be the liaison or the go-between to show the house and so on.
Oh, cool. That's a cool friend to have. I need a contractor like that.
Yeah, well, I live right down the street from the project, so it made it easy.
What was it? Is it an investor property? What kind of property is it?
Clarify that.
Is it for? I mean, is it investment type of? Is he an investor? I guess I'm trying to ask.
He owned it as a rental for 19 years.
Ah, okay.
So he lives
Cool.
in Tampa. He's getting ready to retire. So he's just taking it off of his plate and using that for retirement money when the day comes and so on. So
Dude, I love.
He's only seen the house twice ever in his life.
Dude, that's where I want to be at right there.
Yeah.
Right. We all want to do that. So that's kind of what I call it. So I'm an investor myself, and I'm looking for properties in Navarre. So, we do a lot of properties on creative finance, and
Okay.
I could tell he knows how, he probably understands that. So, what we would offer on this deal, let me pull up real quick. I think what's the asking price? What, 440?
He said 439.
Okay. Yeah. We'll say 440, right?
Sure.
So we would offer full, if it's free and clear, which I think it is, hopefully it is, but 440, we would, ask for some type of terms from him. He would understand that probably too. So, some type of,
I'm guessing he'd understand, but I don't know if he'd go for it. But keep going. I'm listening.
yeah, for sure. Yeah. So, we just would, like some type of seller financing terms where he would probably want a down payment, right? And then just a type of monthly payment, because obviously we're going to need a cash flow as well. You know what it rents for by any chance, Mike?
It rented for, I'm gonna say around the two range. I think maybe 21 or 1900. I don't know.
Okay, no worries. Okay, great. Yeah. So I'm just doing a hypothetical here. Okay. So we'll say, we structure some type of payment where we'll just say, just to make it easy, say $1,000 a month, right, to him.
Right.
And then, after we got to factor in expenses and, vacancies, just like just how he probably had to do too. We just have to have some type of minimum cash flow per month. And until, it's paid off. So that's with principal only. So he may want interest. And like I said, we can, work some type of amortized, term, or we get a payment where we want and we pay his interest, and then, whatever, how long that is. And then say it's for some reason it goes to like 40 years because, how that payment's structured. He may want to, he may not want to go 40 years, obviously. So he'll probably want like a term, balloon payment. What's that? Yeah, exactly. Right. Right. Exactly. So I'm just throwing a hypothetical out there. So, what he probably wanted some type of balloon payment. It could be a 10-year balloon, 15-year, whatever it is. Right. So he's the bank. So he kind of determines that. So I'm only saying that just so, we both are understanding what.
No, I follow you 100%. I just don't think Angel's going to go for that. I think he wants to be one and done, have his money in the bank, and, have an umbrella drink in his hand.
Yeah, but here's a thing for him. This is another retirement check that he doesn't have to pay taxes on either.
Yeah. Well, I'll present it to him. I'm not shooting you down. I'm just saying he doesn't seem like he's wanted to. I've had a few other calls that
probably similar. Yeah.
Same concept, and I think he just wants it out of his life.
So what I'll do is that, what's your email address? I'm going to send you just a LOI, a letter of intent, and then my credibility packet as well, so with properties that we've done on creative finance. So he knows that, we're serious and all that.
Sure.
So what's a good email I could?
It's Mikey spelled backwards, YEKIM. The number 4.
Okay.
Are you sitting down for this?
Go ahead.
At AOL.com.
That's what I'm talking about, man.
Right there. I'm an
wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. You know what? I like that because, these old timers, they understand the kind of deals that we like to do. It's the newbies that don't understand that shit. So, and I love that.
Send me the info.
Okay, awesome. And then, what's a good phone number? Is this a good phone number to call you at?
Yeah, this is a good
928-308-6554.
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. So it'll probably be this evening because I got a couple of other offers we got to send out. But I appreciate your time.
I will be at church this evening, so
yeah, no worries. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, what I'll do, what I'll probably do, Mike, is after I send it, I'll probably just touch base with you maybe next Monday or something, see if he has any questions or anything like that.
Roger, Dodger.
You're awesome. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah, have a good one.
All right, bye. Awesome. So, what kind of feedback? You guys got any feedback for the last call? Is there anything I could have done better, or what did you guys think overall? Well, let's see. I kind of want to do one more call. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we got 5 calls. Let me do one more call and then it'll be done. Yeah, for sure, for sure. I can definitely see that. But you still got to send out the offer and then just follow up with him and see what he says. Yeah, it's always better to go direct to seller though, for sure. Absolutely. Do one more call and then call it for today. Well, definitely fun though. I had a great time. All right, so this property, okay, so built in 2020. It's a newer home, 67 days on market. It's priced right about the right amount. Why is it not selling? Probably because of the price point. Holy crap. So these I'm telling you guys, these are the kind of sub 2 deals you want. This guy has a 2.8 interest rate. Man, if you guys are not doing sub 2 deals right now, you guys are missing out. His payment is his PI is $737 a month. He has a lot of equity though. His loan amount was 179. It was a conventional, so he put money down. It's crazy how the market went up that high. That's insane. Unbelievable. Wow, wow, wow. But the good thing about this is because the payments are so low, I can pay his equity. I could pay higher equity to him, to the seller, a higher payment to the equity for the seller, because the mortgage payment is so low. If that makes sense. I mean, we'll say we'll say the rents in this area is 2,000. Potentially I could pay him 700 a month and still be good because it's a good spread there. Penn Air Federal. Tanya Bohillinger. Tanya.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Tanya Bollinger. Please leave your name and number, and I'll give you a call back as soon as possible. Thank you. At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey Tanya, this is Arnie from AR Realty. So I'm looking for the listing agent for a property in Navarre, Florida. I believe the address is 7606 Levi Street. When you get a chance, please give me a call back at 808-348-7012. Thank you. All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna cut. That's 4 hours. I think I did, feedback from you guys, answer some questions. Got some hot leads there for sure. But after you do these calls, you got to make sure you send offers out there. Worst thing is not submitting an offer. So, but I'll try to keep doing these every once in a while. If you guys like it, please give me a comment. Like, please add me on Instagram at Arnie_Newton. Again, creative financing investor, do a lot of short sales. If you have any deals that you need help on, just give me a call or text or DM me on Instagram. But I'm telling you guys, this is the opportunity. The market changes, all the time, and right now it's direct to a realtor. A lot of these properties are going to expire. So you are going to be paying commission, but work that into your entry cost. There's private money out there to cover these entry costs. Just working into as an expense, just working into the deal. So if there's equity there, just make sure there's a good spread in there to put that private money lender payment. So, But great opportunities. If you lock up one deal with a realtor, I guarantee you, realtors love to talk. So they're going to brag that, I was able to close, they were able to close a deal, using, a different type of strategy. And you'll be the go-to guy. Maybe you're a backup offer, but these are passive leads that you can get. So, but start making calls out there. You never know. It's good practice. You got to put in the work sometimes, right? I'm calling, but you can hire a VA to do the same thing, right? So let's make sure you train their VA very well, and you can just train them to do the basic, pitch. Get them to have the seller contact you as a second call. You can have the VA send your credibility packet that you're going to create, hopefully. Have them send the offer sheet, a general offer sheet, depending on the situation, and then have them follow up. And if they are interested, have that VA set up another appointment with you, and that's where you go into more details on the terms. But it was a great time. JP, thank you. Rich, great questions. I was trying to go through here. Jessica, continue earlier. Another sub-2 student out of Chicago that I'm working with on a short sale. So, talk to wholesalers as well. If you're driving around town and you see a bandit sign, when I first I used to get all pissed off when I saw like another investor with their bandit sign in my neighborhood. I'm like, who the hell is in my neighborhood? But that was small-minded thinking. Now when I see a new bandit sign, I see opportunity, because I can leverage my training on creative financing and maybe partner with these, or maybe buy these deals as assignment fee from these wholesalers who don't know how to structure a deal. They know mail formula. That's basically it, right? So make contacts, network, let everybody know what you do. I'm not saying you have to do like these live videos, but do a post on social media here and there. Be active. Let everybody know what you're doing. This is where your private money. This is how you find deals together. If you're part of sub-2, it's amazing. You guys, that's freaking awesome, because now you can connect with other sub-2 students who are highly motivated throughout the country. But if you don't have the money to do that, you don't have to. You can join a local RIA, and worst case, you just find people like myself and just work with them. And then once you get the money, then you can maybe use that money to leverage into like different programs, like a sub-2 program, or the meet, you could pay for the annual fee for a RIA, which ain't much. So there's no excuse. You got to put in the work. So it can be done. I promise you, it can be done. I don't think I got my first deal until the first year. It took me a whole year of driving for dollars. Couldn't figure out what I was doing wrong. And then once I figured a certain strategy, I learned as much as I can on it, and then got the basic pitch down. And then, my old partner, Randy, closed the deal for me, and also he had the paperwork as well. So that's how I learned, and I'm still learning. So don't give up on that. Learn as much as you can, and then teach too. Teach new investors. It help you teaching the material. It actually helps you, solidify the information into your brain, really. So just repetition. So great call, guys. Looking forward to the next call. Last question here looks like, actually, let's go back. Yeah. Thank you, JP. Thanks for all the feedback, man. It really helps my channel. So thank you. Richard. Okay. So what does the LOI look like? So it's just an offer sheet. At the end of the day, it's just an offer sheet. It can be just an email, spelling out your terms, and then attach a credibility packet or something to it. That's it. Just put a letter. Doesn't have to be formal, letter of intent. Great talking to you today, earlier today. As promised, here's our offer. Please note this is a general offer because I don't have the specific mortgage information, but basically this is the general type of offer that we're going to submit. If you guys are interested in this type of offer, let's touch base in a couple days. I'd love to get a phone call with you and the seller, kind of answer any questions, go over the terms and all that. So the biggest thing is you're trying to get a second conversation. These deals, you don't normally close on the first call. Actually, I don't think I ever close any deal on the first call unless you're really, really good or they're really, really motivated. 99% of the time, you're going to have to, close these deals, especially creative financing deals, after second, third, fourth, fifth calls. So, but keep it simple, simple LOI, simple terminology. When they start getting more specific, that's where I suggest bringing a partner who's done it before, where they can answer those questions, because it only takes one mistake, and the seller sees it, and they're not gonna trust you. They're not gonna want to do the deal. It's okay to say you don't know. The worst thing is telling them something that's incorrect. Okay. Say, I'm unsure. That's a good question. I'm not sure. I'm unsure. I just want to make sure. I want to get with my business partner to make sure it's entered correctly. I want to make sure that I don't tell you the wrong thing. So cool. Well, great guys. Until the next call. See you later.